All right, we are live. It is, what is it? Wednesday night, September 10th, election debate night in the US. So everyone's probably watching the election debate. I'm live streaming. So if you're new to this, this is a little series that I started a couple weeks ago. It's called GeoGuessr to 3D Render. Basically, how this works is I'm going to play a game of GeoGuessr, 5 random locations anywhere in the world. I'm going to guess the locations as close as I possibly can. At the end, based on how close I am, we're going to put them into a random wheel generator, basically randomly pick a location. I get one veto, so if there's a location that I just don't feel comfortable with, I get one veto. Otherwise, it's random, and whatever location I pick, I'm going to recreate in Blender 3D tonight on a live stream. That's how this works. Time limit is something I played with a bit. I originally thought 2 hours. It's not realistic. Basically, the goal is to do it before I end the stream. So last time we went 5 hours. I'm hoping less this time, but it really comes down to what the stream is or what the location is, how complicated it is, how long it takes me. I play little random games kind of throughout the week just to get a feel for like the locations, and there's some that just scare the crap out of me. So yeah, we're just going to jump right into it. Let me see if I should just double check that all the streams are going. I think they're ready to rock. They've been working pretty good. Twitch has been having issues most of the time. Let's just see if Twitter's working. Kick says unable to connect. It looks like we're good on X. Kick says unable to connect, but it only seems to work. Let me see if I don't see anything here for Twitch. If it doesn't work, we'll leave Twitch out of it. I haven't been streaming on Twitch the last little while, and honestly, I don't know. I have it set up on the streaming service, but for some reason it's not showing up, and I don't know how to refresh it. Let me try. See if it pops up here. If it does, yeah, okay, it says it's going. Let me just go check Twitch real quick, and then we're just going to jump right into this and see how far we can get. Is my Twitch going? No, it's just black. It's a weird thing. Anyway, if anyone knows Twitch, I'm getting a black screen on Twitch now every single time I stream. I don't know if it's like a new policy or something, because we're multi-streaming to Kick and X and YouTube, but yeah, let's just jump into it. As always, if you have questions about the process, like drop it into the chat. You have ideas or solutions to some of the things I'm working on, any questions about 3D. I specialize in trying to do this. I've been working on this. I started 3D like 4 years ago. I probably spent 3 of those years trying to figure this out. The key of my process is I try to use real world data. So it's not, I'm trying to kind of guess perspective. I'm bringing in like actual street data, actual building data, actual terrain data, and trying to recreate it like as true to life to scale as I can. So it's a little different than what you might see normally, but I'm always open to ideas, and my goal is realism. As frustrating as that is and as annoying as that is, I try to do this as realistic as possible. And then I think once I get a bit of momentum here, then I'll start to introduce like different styles or different times of day. But for the most part, I'm trying to match what I'm seeing in GeoGuessr. Okay, I'm going to shut up and we're going to start. So let me bring up the main Chrome screen and we'll go to GeoGuessr, and I will close this one. I'll close Blender and we'll rock with this. Okay. So if you've never played GeoGuessr, it's going to drop me somewhere random in the world. I'm going to do classic map. I just do the regular world map, which is like the generic one. I'm not doing any custom. In the future, I definitely will. I do no move, so I can't move locations in the scene. Not so much for the guessing, but this is so that I have a single composition that I'm going to work on. I do allow myself to move around, like spin the camera. So one of the things here is we're going to get the composition. Think about the composition when we're doing this. So other than that, there's no other rules. I'm going to kick it off, and we'll see what we can 3D model tonight. Okay, here we go. Okay, I like this. I like this one a lot. No idea where it is. One of those fold-up bikes. This is actually, oh, it's okay. Somewhere, it looks like somewhere in Asia. I really like this one. I'm pumped that, you know, to model this because there's a cool little mountain in the background, which I've been wanting to do. Something that's just like a full background. By the way, this was supposed to be 2 minutes. We'll just do it. I usually set the timer to 2 minutes, but I don't want to reset this. So yeah, this is kind of cool. We get the mountain in the background. We've got these poles. We got the, you know, the water. There's a lot here. This is actually a really, really cool one. And just so you guys know, from a composition standpoint, like I'm not going to recreate the whole scene. So what I'll do is I'll pick a composition. So like I'll likely pick that, which has got, you know, these trees. It's got a lot in it, but I think this one will be really fun. Okay, so where is this? Mountain, pretty decent mountains in the background. This is 2013. I don't know if that people know this in GeoGuessr. Can't tell what side of the road they're driving on. Very cool bridge. Bigger city. I'm gonna say somewhere in China. That's where I'm gonna guess. I don't know where. I don't really know kind of the mountain regions and how this goes. But just based on the map, God, I have no idea. Let's just pick like a random. Let's pick a random spot in. Yeah, let's just pick a random spot here in somewhere in China. Let's see what we get. Oh, okay. This is Chinese Taipei or Taiwan, depending on what perspective you have. Okay, here comes the kick. Here comes the kick spam. Kick's been awful lately. I got to set up something to block this. It's just kick is constant. Okay, that's good. So that's going to be interesting. So what happens with that is that's a pretty good score. I'll get the math right. I get it confusing. But yeah, basically the closer I am, the higher probability that's what I'll end up picking in the random wheel. Okay, let's go. Number 2. All right. Not as exciting. Kind of just suburban street here. Got the bridge, which makes it a little bit more interesting, I guess, than... Yeah. But not super exciting. You know, I look around the scene sometimes because like I can think of like if there's a cool building or something interesting. Like I was looking at this little house here. It's like I could kind of zoom in and do something. But yeah, this is as boring as it gets. But okay, so speed limit's 25, which is it's a little high in miles per 20. No, it's. This is somewhere in the U.S. Chrysler. Is that Chrysler? Chevy? Oh, it's obviously in the U.S. There's freaking American flags. Okay, where in the U.S. are we? Ridgeway Avenue. I should have the timer going. This feels... This feels like Mississippi. I'm like between like kind of the East Coast and kind of a little bit south, not too far south. It's like a lot of flags. All right, I'm going like Mississippi, but I'm going like one of these like. Going like Fulton. Wow, yeah. I would have been between those two. So a little further away this time. Not too bad, but a little further away than last time. It's a little bit less likely to get that one, which is not the worst thing in the world. Okay, let's go number 3. Okay. Very industrial. I just immediately think of the composition. So like one of the tricks here that we have to kind of play with is, you know, recreating this whole scene is a lot. So we kind of find a composition that we're like, okay, this is interesting enough. Like, it's probably going to be like that. This guy is just hanging. That does not look sketchy at all. Okay, this looks like somewhere like, okay, so language-wise, this is, it's like Russia, somewhere, wait, what do we got? I can't tell if that's an RS at the end. I was saying before, language is like just recognizing what language things are, like these symbols. Like I should study it, and it would probably get me halfway there. That's this feels very much Russia to me. This is a very interesting little neighborhood here. This building is cool. Huh. I should be a little bit smoother with the camera. Okay, I mean, where in Russia, I wouldn't even have the slightest clue. I'm going to say, like, I'm just going to go pure Russia here. I'm just going to go, like, a little suburb outside of, or like, it's not a suburb, but a little town outside of Moscow. I have no idea what these places are like, if this is residential areas or not. I'm just going to pick that. Okay, that's pretty close. Not too bad. St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg. It's an interesting place in the world to go to. Okay, so that's they're all been like fairly close. Yet last week it was bad. I was way off on most of them. So far these are all very, very, very good from my standard. Okay, number 4. Oh, here we go. I stream very well. Thank you. Block. Okay, another interesting one. Let's do a little pan around. Some palm trees. Okay. Feels like Florida. Speed limit 35 miles per hour. That's Florida, or that's US. Just look for any other signs. January. Definitely US. It feels Westworld. Is the I'm between Florida and like basically Galleria Corp. 5th. So there's I think here. I'm 50-50 on it. 480. The drip room. I can't see what I don't know. I don't know area code. Area codes, country codes, like basic language, just knowing what just knowing like basic language stuff. Definitely the vehicles feel very Florida. I'm going Florida on this. I'm kind of thinking Orlando. Could be somewhere in Miami. It's either Miami or Orlando would be my guess. I might go Miami. Wow. I'm not even close. So it was Phoenix. Scottsdale. Oh. That hurts. I've been probably very close to here. Damn. So that one, yes, that's 3,000 kilometers. So that's quite a bit, even though we got the country right. That's pretty far away, distance-wise. Long way from Florida to Arizona. California would have been pretty close. So far, I think of all of them, this one's the furthest away. We'll get the summary at the end. But so far, I mean, that's probably my least favorite. I can't remember what the first one was. First one I liked. Second one, no, second one's the worst. This one is yeah, let's get the last one and we'll do the summary here at the end. All right, number 5. Okay. I like this. This is very similar to the scene I did last week, just in terms of like what we're working with. Like I think it's even more beautiful scene. It's, but it's this very similar grass. This one's got a lot of grass on the sides, dirt road this time. We have a little puddle here, cow on the side. I have no idea what I would do for that. I'm not going to want to 3D model a cow on the stream. Cool little tree. This is kind of a neat little scene here. So I could go this. Okay, where are we in the world? Let's guess this and then deal with the picking. Pretty interesting road for a streetcar to go down. I don't feel like we would see a streetcar go down this type of road in the US. Like a little dirt road like that, I don't think you're bringing a streetcar down it in the United States. But where this would be, I mean, it would. Oh yeah, definitely. This is South America somewhere, I think. That's my guess. Okay. Let's say Peru. It's incredible. I don't know the rules like with street maps. I mean, people that are professional at this know this inside and out. Like which countries have this, which countries don't, what year was it collected, all that stuff. I don't have any idea. I think it could be any country in South America from my perspective. I don't know. I've seen Uruguay come up. I've seen Argentina come up. This is crazy. Kick is insane. It's just every message is spam. And I don't understand. It's like these work. Like what happens? People just anyway. I don't know. I'm gonna say Colombia. I'm gonna say like just some rural area of Colombia. Wow, nailed it. That was a kind of a cool scene. I would like that to do that scene. I don't know if I'd want to do it this time. Random island in is it the Philippines? Indonesia? Philippines? Indonesia? I don't actually know. Okay, let's take a look at the results. Okay, so the way this kind of works now is I'm going to create the probability based on how close I was, which every time I think I know it and I mess it up, but let's do a quick review. Okay, so if we do the breakdown, so location number 1 was our location in Taiwan. So we were very close, 541 kilometers away. I did these all just over 2 minutes one day. I was around 2 minutes, so it didn't really go over with talking. So, okay, so the first one was really close. This was, I think, my closest score, 541 kilometers away, just as a reminder. That's this location here. So this is Taiwan. Second location was this location in the United States. This one was also pretty close. This was this one here. I'll probably veto this if I can. Just thinking of these locations, this one I just don't, there's nothing inspiring to this for me. The first one I definitely like. Second one I don't. Okay, number 3, this was the one in Russia. Not my favorite, but I think, we'd probably do this and focus on this building, which would be kind of the challenge and some of the wiring, and we do the cars and, this guy hanging out. Not the coolest scene in the world, but it'd be kind of neat. And then we can do the fun part of this is in the future we'll come back and do some cool, like change the lighting, change the scene, add fog. Most of the shots, like, oh hey, Marvel Hero, good to see you. Thanks for coming in, man. The thing about Street View is they shoot like midday, right? They want the best even lighting. They shoot midday. Cloudy days are great. There's no atmosphere. It's never raining. It's never, so I think pretty quickly here, once we get to like, let's create the scene to make it look like this, then I think we'll end up applying, some cool, we might do another random wheel in future episodes where we'll pick like the weather, time of day, all that cool stuff. Okay, so this one I'm okay with. I don't love it, but I would do it. I don't think I would veto it and risk getting this other location. Okay, so number 4. This was the Scottsdale one. I don't love this one either, to be honest. But what I would end up doing here is, I'd probably just do a straight shot down this road. We'd have to get some, like, this is an overpass, palm trees. I'd have to get some palm tree assets, which I don't know where I would have those. I don't want to model, like, I'm not going to model the palm tree. But I mean, it's not, the risk is like, if I land on this one, do I want to model it? Or do I want to veto it because I may end up with the one I don't like even worse? Points-wise, though, this one was... what did we get for points on this one? Oh. No, sorry. This one is 3,000. Yeah, 3,000. So this one is lowest probability. This is a long way away. Actually, this one's the worst. So number 5. So number 5 is we were way off. We've done this before. Is basically 0% chance of getting this one, which I think I'm okay with. So I think we're pretty safe. It just comes down to, if I get Phoenix, do I roll the dice and risk getting that one in the US? I think the Russia one or the Taiwan one is the one I'm hoping for. Okay, so let's do the percentages. So the way this works is we have all the locations loaded. We're going to go into the wheel of names, and we're going to start putting the locations in. So location 1 is Taiwan. This is where I start to mess this up. Looks like episode 1, the number 5. What do you mean by that? You're saying episode 1, the 5th location is what it landed on? Okay, so first one's Taiwan. Okay, so let's do this right. So how did I do this again? Oh, here we go. Okay, so first one is Taiwan. So what I do is I just put in the total kilometers. So 541. 541, right? So 541. Yeah, was it number 5? I have to go back and look at it, Marvel, like how many points it got and the probability. I feel like it was a pretty likely one to get picked. Okay, so location number 2 was... where actually is this? Philadelphia. So location number 2 is Philadelphia. Yeah, Philadelphia. What part of the world are you from, Marvel? This one is 1320. So I'm just putting in the total kilometers here. It will calculate the probabilities for me, which is what tripped me up last time. Okay, so number 3, I think, was Russia. So this one is St. Petersburg, and it is 667. So let's call it Russia. And this is 667. America, nice. All right, so number 4 is, this one was, what was 4? 4 was Scottsdale. Let's say Phoenix. 2 American spots on this today. I don't want to do either of them. I'm not going to lie. 3144. I'm doing this opposite. This is stupid. Every time I do this, I confuse myself. Okay, I'm just going to get them in and I'll reverse. I have to reverse the probability. That's why I keep forgetting. It's so stupid. Okay, and then the last one is basically 0 points. That was the Philippines. Is that Philippines or is that... Port-au-Prince? Philippines. Okay. All right. So this is I don't know how to spell Philippines. Okay. All right, so I got to reverse that. So here's like the wheel now. So it's the opposite, right? So green is, it sucks I can't see this text. I don't know why that does that. Why I can't see the text. I guess it brings the probability because of the pink. I just take the pink one off. It's so unlikely to hit. I guess I should keep it on there. Okay, I got to reverse this. So I have to do... I think I just have to take the total kilometers, 22... Okay, so 23229 minus 541 is 22688. 22688. Okay, hopefully I get this right. Okay, so then this one is 23229 minus 1320. 21909. 21909. We'll see if the probabilities make sense at the end. Okay, and then we've got 23229 minus 667, 22562, 22562, and then our next one is 3144. So 23229 minus 3144, 2805. Okay. And then this is the one that's impossible. So this is 23229 minus 17557, 5672. 5672. Okay. So let's just double check how this probabilities worked out. That doesn't feel right to me. What, man, why did I should write this down before I do it. So maybe it does. Okay, so they basically put Taiwan, Philadelphia, Russia all at like 24%. And then it put Philippines at 6.1. So if you look from a kilometer standpoint, though, this one, 3144, should be way more than 3. 4 should be way more than 3, and it's not. I mess this up every time. It's like becoming a bit. Okay, how do you calculate the probabilities? There was total kilometers. Less kilometers is better. So it should be whatever the total of the kilometers minus that should be the total. And that should just go in and it should work. 22,668. This should be lower. Yeah. 667. Maybe I just typed something wrong. 23. So 29. I feel like it's got it right. The problem is the last one really throws it off. So Philippines, this kind of makes sense. My brain is like every time this happens. Let me just look at the numbers again. So 24%, 23, then 24. Yeah, the first one is the highest probability, right? The second one should be lower. Yep. 667. That should be there. 21. Okay, so I know what the deal is. So basically, what happens is if the numbers are fairly close and then the one of the guesses is way off, it throws off the probability because obviously like, you know, a 17,000 off versus the 667, they basically feel the same. Now, I think I could fix this with points in the future. So I could take my total points and subtract it. That would put the probabilities, maybe that's how we should do it. Maybe we flip it over to points. Because basically what that will do is, yes, that's how we do it. Okay, because then we don't have to do the calculation. So let's do it. I think that's how I did it last time. 3420, that's it. So I don't have to put, because you get more points for the closer you are. So 3420, 2064. Okay. This is going to look more, I think, realistic for, and then 3198, 3198. And then 607, 607, and then, I did it. 3420, 3480, okay, 3480, then 2064, I missed that. Okay, and then 3198, and then 607, and then 0. Okay. So effectively, we can get rid of this one. Okay, so what we're going to do is basically, based on the probability, the Philippines is impossible. So we're going to get rid of it. So this looks more realistic. So here's our locations. Essentially, all three are pretty close. And then our fourth one, which is Phoenix, is pretty low. So what I'm looking for here, or what I'm hoping for, is Philadelphia is the one I don't want. That's number 2. That's red. 1 I'm good with. 3 in my order, I want 1 first, 3 second, then probably Philadelphia, Phoenix, and then Philadelphia. So I get the 1 veto. No, so Marvel, I took it out because if you saw me do the points, I got 0 points in World Crater for that guess. So basically it would be probability 0 anyway. So I just took it out so the wheel looks easier. So getting 0 points basically eliminates it from the wheel. So highest probability is number 1, second is number 3, third is number 2, and then number 4 is low. That's how it's reflected on the spin. 1 veto. Marvel, you can help me. I'm just going to review which they are again. So just to kind of summarize, this one is the one I guessed way off. So this one is basically no chance. First location. This is location number 1 in Taiwan. So that corresponds with location 1 blue. This is location 2 in Philadelphia. That is red. This is location 3 in St. Petersburg, Russia. So that is yellow. And this is location number 4 in Phoenix. My God, where is it in Phoenix? Scottsdale in Phoenix. Okay. So we do 1 spin. I'll decide on the veto. And then if I veto it, it's 1 more spin, whatever it lands on. Here we go. So kill the music. Well, I can't kill the music. See if we get some sound coming from the wheel. I don't know if it is on by default. Hopefully it is. Where's the sound? Okay. Let's spin the wheel and see what we get. Yeah, I agree. I can get them though, right, Marvel? Like if once we spin it, I take a quick 5-minute break, grab coffee. I can find palm tree stuff. It's not, I'm sure I can find it. Just buy a pack or, figure it out. But yeah, I think that one, I honestly, like, what do you think of this one? Like this to me it's such a boring scene, right? I don't like, if this house was visible, I would do this house, but I don't, I can't move the camera. That's kind of one of my rules. Well, what we might look at is sometimes I look at this. So sometimes I look at additional street view info. I don't think there is any in this one. Yeah, they did this in 2012. It looks like it never got updated because sometimes you can grab additional street view information. So this one, yeah. So this has different dates. So I'll sometimes do this just to kind of get a slightly different scene. But in this case, it looks like we'll just use the default. This one doesn't have any other options. This one doesn't have any options. It's 2013. This one has other dates though. February 2020. But they're all basically the same. Okay, let's spin it, Marvel, and we'll see what we get. I'm hoping for Taiwan, and then the Russia one I would be fine with. I think it would be cool. So here we go. Russia. So yeah, this is the situation where I can't veto this, because if I veto this, then I'm basically going to be randomly spinning the wheel for like a pretty good shot at getting Phoenix or Philadelphia. Let's do Russia. I think this scene is fun. Okay, so Russia it is. So let me just kind of set this up here, and then I'm going to take my quick break, and we'll come back. So let's close these ones. Let's lock in on this. So first thing I want to do with this is I'm just going to kind of get composition, just be 100% sure. Marvel, love your feedback if you see anything else in here. Basically, all we can do is zoom. Really, we can zoom out a little bit or in a bit. That's about as far as I'd go. And, we're going to end up creating pretty much a square, probably a vertical composition. But I can point the camera anywhere I want. So, I don't see anything more interesting. I don't think pointing it down this road is that interesting to me. Definitely this tree is not anything. This building is, this is it. This is to me the scene. I kind of like it, to be really honest. So what I'll probably end up doing is that. So that would be my composition. Marvel, what do you think? Yeah, I agree. And the factory is going to be challenging, just from a texturing standpoint and getting all the windows and stuff, but it's very repetitive. So I think, I don't know what it is. We should look this up. We got to look this up on Google Maps and find out what this place is, because looks so shady. It's kind of fun that the fact that they could go down this random road and then there's this random spot in Russia, and I don't think it's a factory. Okay, so I think this is our composition. So the way that I do this is typically I kind of lock in a composition. I'll take a screenshot of this. And then I'm going to just start my folder structure. So I'm just going to save this into, you won't be able to see this part of it. I'm going to flip into Blender. So we'll move that up there. So that'll stay up there for the stream. We're going to kill this middle one. Let me just go and get my folder set up, GeoGuessr. So this is going to be St. Petersburg. Okay, so version 1.0. Okay. Cool. So I got this saved. I'm going to grab a text file up here, and I'm going to hit new, and I'm going to put Geo Creator episode 02, St. Petersburg, Russia. Let's get the music back. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're just grabbing as much information as we can. So here we got our Google Map link. We're going to get the address. The date is June 2019. Helps a little bit with the sun. And then I think I'm going to do is I'll take my quick little break now, just a short one. It'll probably be 3 minutes, just use the washroom and grab coffee. And then what we'll do is we'll grab the data for this and start to kind of populate the scene. And yeah, we're going to get right into it. So Marvel, stick around. I'll be back in a few seconds. Anyone else listening, thanks for hanging out. I'll be back in, let's say 3 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're getting right into it. I won't waste any time here. Okay. All right. So first thing is we're going to make ourselves a list of what we need. This is the boring part, but I got to kind of tackle this in some order. Okay, so get lat long for area. Bring in, we're going to bring in terrain data just because it creates like a little bit of placeholder. This is a flat scene. There's really nothing in here. No background, no mountains. Like, we don't care about terrain. We'll just bring in a basic terrain to plant everything on. We're going to bring in we're going to look at OSM data for this scene, and we're going to see if there's anything that will be helpful for us in terms of like masking. I don't think so. I mean, basically what we got here is a road with, we should try to get, here, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a screenshot. I should create some workspaces for this. So let me just get that screenshot, first of all, into, yeah, I think so. Famous last words. I've done 3. Okay, I've done 4. One was just totally me testing it. Like, I wasn't even I didn't record video. The second one I did actually record video for. I never live streamed it. That was episode 0. I could show you them. You want to see if I have them here. I'll show you the the results. So the first one was like a street in Ireland, and it was pretty complicated, but it wasn't too bad. I got that one. It took me quite a while though to go through it. Second one was really bad. It was in Sicily, and that one was super complicated with roads and buildings. That one took a long time. I was just recording it. Third one was easiest, I think. It was just a road with trees, which is really hard to do in Blender, but it was fairly simple. Like there wasn't a lot to it. So I'm going to try to do here. I should create a workspace for this. Let's see. Let me just try this. I'm just going to duplicate this current layout, and I'm just going to call it text and reference. We're going to give this a shot. Oh, I just realized now that I really want this over, so you guys are not missing anything there. And then we're going to bring this up. I think my screen's a little too, honestly, this is a little too big. I'll bring myself down like that. Okay. So for this layout, we're going to bring, let's do it like this. Text editor. Okay, so here's our text. You guys can see this now. And then I'm going to bring this into image. And then I'm going to open up this reference image, because we're going to mark this up. Okay. So basically look at the OSM data, because basically all we have here is this road, and then, you know, we've got the grass and stuff. I don't know if any of it's going to be helpful. So I'll take a look at the OSM data for this street to see if I need anything from it, but I don't think I do. Then we're going to import the buildings and roads. Okay. And then for this, from here, basically I'm going to, so have the buildings, we'll have the roads. We're going to get an HDRI for scene. So that'll be the background image, HDRI. So this will be this image back here. The lighting is super flat, so it'll be very easy to find something, a little bit of clouds, no problem to match. And then obviously the main amount of work here is this building. So we're going to put the most amount of time into that. So from the building standpoint, there's two options on the building, kind of 50-50. So one is, like I just model it. I'd have to get some mirroring and stuff going on here to kind of, like, I'd want to mirror all these down, model these out, get the doors, get this door, you know, and these are all the same. I've used Buildify before, which is like a procedural building tool. But the truth is, like, it's very hard to get it to accurate, like completely accurately look like the building, and it ended up being more work because it's really meant for like when there's a big city and I have lots of buildings. So I think I'm just going to model the building and I'll just sort of attack it the right way. So we'll get the basic shape of the building first, and then we'll lay out. We'll lay out essentially, I think we'll lay out two pieces of geometry for the road. So we'll lay out one here, because you can see the cutoff, right? So, you know, if we basically look at this cutoff, this is going to be one piece of road here, road one. And then we'll do this for road two. And then we'll sort of just lay this one over top, and then we'll get the ground basically for this, and we'll get some gravel and we'll put some grass around the building. So we'll say layout to road meshes, Okay. Then we're going to do the foliage, do that. I think after that we're gonna model the building. So this is basically windows and doors. This is kind of the main geometry of this thing. Just getting, all the windows and doors cut out, the little ledges, all these details. We'll do a bunch of zooming in, looking at this stuff. Just try to get this thing as close as we can. After that, I think we will probably want to do, we'll just model those two pipes. So model vents. Okay. And then we'll create details for, okay, we'll say, we'll call these create details for buildings. So these are, AC units in the windows, signs, etc. Then I think we'll do all of the wiring. So create wires. So that's going to be running wires here, 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 here. All these wires across here into this building, this wiring. So it'll be a whole thing of wiring that we're going to have to do. Okay, so that's going to be a whole section. This may end up taking quite a while. And then we're going to add all the cars. So the cars are very easy because I have really good car packs, and there's really no work. It's just placing all the cars around. I'll add some dirt to them and stuff. This is really basic. There's not, like, if I had to model all the cars, I never done. And then we'll say add additional items. This is like garbage bin. Those crates over there. Then we're going to add the the bouncer. And then we're going to texture the building. Texture the road. Texture the ground. Then we're going to add grass. Add grass. Then we're also going to add garbage. So there's a little bit of garbage. You can kind of see it. There's garbage there. There's something here, here, here. We have this and this are for that other section. We got a sign, we got a sign, we got a sign, we got a sign, sign, sign. This kind of sucks, to be honest. This little detail, but I think, we're gonna have to add. We'll add that higher. Add background, building, trees. Probably we do that a little bit higher up. Before I do the texturing. Yeah, I think that's going to be it. So yeah, basically that should be the run. If people are watching, by the way, if people are watching on Twitter or X, can you guys just drop a message in? I can't I cannot figure out if my messages are coming in from my live stream on Twitter /X. So if you could, I think they are. But if you're in here, just say something. Say a GM. Yeah, say that there's like a few people, 3. I think I saw 3 on YouTube. Twitch or Kick I'm not seeing, but there's like 167 people on Twitter, on X. So, but no, I never see messages from that. So if you're on there, just drop a little message in the chat or whatever, just so I can see it's working. So I should have numbered these, to be honest. But I think, we'll be able to figure this out. I think this is a pretty good plan. So there's quite a lot here. Again, the goals, it's 7 o'clock my time. I'd like to get this done by, 11. would be a goal. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 4 hours. I think this is going to be tough, but I think just kind of working efficiently and not getting too caught in the weeds will be key here. Okay, so this is my reference. I think we're going to save this image. We're going to go into here and we're going to go episode to St. Petersburg. Okay, let's go do some research and figure out what this area is. This is going to be kind of fun. So I'm just going to flip this over to my scene. You guys should be able to see the Google Maps. So we have our location here. So we're going to flip open another one and we'll just grab, we'll just duplicate this URL and just bring it over here. And I'll flip this over so you guys can see this because we'll kind of do this together. Okay. No, that's not it. Okay. So let's first of all, let's get some info about this building because I'm super curious. Okay, so first thing we actually do here, before I go anywhere else, is I grab this lat long. I'm just going to drop it up here because we're going to use this for kind of everything. I want to get the exact location here. Oh, what did we just do? That's why this URL is so nice. It brings me right back. Okay. You guys see that? All right. So let's kind of figure out where we are. I got to get this. I'm just going to take a screenshot of this location so I have it. It tends to lose it. So we're in the middle of St. Petersburg. I want to find this exact location on the map. It's odd that you have to do it this way, but if I go into satellite and I just compare, so it's that train tracks, right? Okay, so it's in here. Let's see if I can find the exact. So it's at that corner where that dead end road is. So I think it's right here. That would be the building. So let's see. Yeah, there she is. Okay. Oh, interesting. Huh. So it's a different time. Okay, so back in September 2011, there was a fence here. There was a pipe going into the building. So interesting. I could spend literally all day on this, like just this part. So there's some interesting stuff here for kind of like a fun future thing. So they didn't have this road paved. So you can see this is all mud and dirt. This road was paved. Hey, it's the same guy. Oh my goodness. This is a mystery. Same dude. Oh, that's 2019. Okay, so they the date flipped. So that guy probably wasn't there. And so 2019, the street view comes in here. So there's the guy. Yes, this is really interesting. So I found this. So it flips to 2012. They must not have went that way. This street view info is so weird. Okay, so see latest date. So here's the latest date. So the street view guy comes down. This guy moves back into the door. These guys are moving furniture. This guy's definitely taking a peek out. Okay, can we get this? What do you think that is? We need a Russian speaker. No problem, Marvel. They're all recorded, so they'll be up on YouTube and all that stuff if you want to watch. And no problem at all. Check in. I'm gonna try to do this once a week. I'm gonna start locking in on Tuesday, so I'll try to start a bit earlier in the future, maybe. But this will be Tuesday night thing, and then I'll put out the results the next little while. So okay, I'm very curious. I'm gonna put this into. I'm gonna do a Chat GPT thing, I think, here and see what we get. this is just going to waste time, but I'm super curious. This is just such an interesting place that I got to know. Canteen or cafeteria in English. Okay. Sure. So if we look at it here, it's a company D master. Oh, this is so cool. Can we get, I don't know if they have, oh, right, we're in the wrong thing. Okay, so let's go back up. So it doesn't look like there's any. So there's nothing. There was, oddly, I don't know why that's showing up. Why we get canteen here and not here. Oh, I guess we zoom in. All right, that's weird. Hey, look at this. Maybe I prejudged. Maybe I was a little bit. Maybe I was a little bit judgy. I might have been a bit judgy. That guy looked pretty shady. Oh, here we go. Fucking kick. I don't understand how this works. Okay, I'm excited about this. So here I was judging. And here, look at this beautiful. What is that? That's not that place. This is the cafe. So that dude is standing outside of this place. No kidding. Look at this place. Everything in my soul wants to go here now. Like, this is just so exciting to me to imagine just going to this random place in the middle of Russia. Look at that cake. This is amazing, right? Like, I love this. This makes me so happy. Some random place in the middle of Russia. 4.4 review. Let's go look at the reviews. Tasty, good basketball gym. It's an interesting review. They need to repaint the outside. Yeah. Isn't that credible? Tasty, good basketball gym. Not a bad canteen. You can have a tasty and not too expensive lunch. Tasty. So this has got a basketball gym and a canteen. I mean, there could be something shady going on here. Okay, we need this. We need to know what this is for sure. We got to know what that is. We got to know what this is. It's a review. Oh, okay. So somebody just did a review, and then they just dropped their a picture of the outside. So what else is in this building? Oh, I keep forgetting I can't do it. So furniture maker. So furniture maker is that. We saw that there. So they're making furniture in here too. Furniture's not getting as good of a review. People are not super happy about the furniture. mdmebel.com. Look at that. Look at this. This is unbelievable. This furniture. Okay, so we got a furniture shop. Not the best reviews. She's not happy. They got a gazebo on April 27th. They had agreement. Simple project. They were approved before installation. Installation date the end of June. Everything was okay. No issue. June 25th. They get a call from a lady had never had any contact before. Dialogue in abstract as possible. Can't make your order due to circumstances I cannot name. Will come for the money. They just canceled on them. Oh, God, I feel bad. It's too bad. I was hoping this was a good furniture shop. People are not happy. People are not happy. 5 years ago, that's a shame. That's a shame. I wish D-Master was a better furniture shop. Advertising agency. I'm never going to model anything. The whole stream is giving me just researching these random shops. So these guys do signs and outdoor advertising. Very cool. So we've got a furniture shop, an advertising signage shop in here. I want to find, well, I was looking for the basketball court. Oh, this is like a conversion company? Oh, sweet. So these guys are working on, this is like a little empire here. In this little industrial park in the middle of St. Peter's, a furniture maker, bad reviews. What is this place? Is it caviar? Is it a caviar shop? It's amazing we couldn't do this that long ago. We wouldn't really be able to do what I'm doing right now, which is super cool. Chinook salmon caviar. 1 kilogram for 6,000 rubles. How much in USD? What kind of price are we paying for caviar in St. Petersburg, Russia? This is amazing. $66. So $66 for a kilo. A kilo. I mean, that doesn't seem like that's definitely not a kilogram of salmon. Okay. Focus, Matt. All right. So anyway, that's our shop. So that's what we're dealing with. So what I do here, I'll just to show you guys how this kind of works. Again, it's different for every scene. But now that I have my geolocation, right, I can just drop that in. I think OpenStreetMaps will hopefully that'll work. Yeah. It did, but it didn't quite. Where is our location again? Oh, it is. Okay, it's right by the train track. So they got the train going through here. So this is something I discovered very recently that I thought was super cool. I think it's this one. Yeah, so I've discovered this week and I love it. I know what OpenStreetMaps is. I use it. I didn't realize. So like I have an account now on OpenStreetMaps. So one of the cool things you can do is I could contribute. So if there was something here that I actually saw had changed, I could make a contribution to this, in terms of the building shape or the size or something that was going on here. And then it would update automatically in OpenStreetMaps and I could pull that data into Blender. Revert for vandalism. So it's really interesting. So they must have had some issue. There might be something going on here. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if like that guy guarding that cafeteria, I'm still not buying it. He didn't seem like he was just hanging out outside. So, but look, there's 19 versions of this thing. This is so crazy, right? Because this is not Google, the same as Google Maps. I think Apple uses it a bit, different people, but this is all open data. This is really incredible. Like you can see the history. 7 years ago, someone created a cafe in Russia, updated the cafe, made some change in Russian, which I could Google Translate if I wanted, but whatever, right? So they're adding information. It's been redacted. You can go find out why people changed it. So every time people make an update, it's a node. So right here, someone actually made a change and I could go see what the actual change was. Oh, so they just changed the opening hours. So someone just came in and said, hey, like they must have changed the opening hours because of vandalism. But essentially you can get like every detail. So if something happened to this building, it got extended or changed, you'll see it here. And you can even get a feel for, like they have all there's the unit numbers in here and stuff. So there's just an amazing amount of data in OpenStreetMaps. And I'm kind of obsessed with it. And I'm definitely, if I see something in a Google Street View or if I see something's changed, I'll want to go in and make an update and then I can pull this data in. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to grab this location. So there's so many different ways to do this. I'm going to go through this the normal way. So what this does is this opens up. This is a Blender extension. And it doesn't, oh no, it does work. Okay, so I put in the exact location. Now, if this was a terrain situation where I had to build out the terrain, I would go more aggressive with like making this exact. But really what I need here is I just need generally a square area around this. And I don't need very much because we're not dealing with a lot. I'm going to just include the train tracks because what's so cool about this, like what's so neat about this thing, which I'm not going to do obviously for this, but just maybe for future episodes. If I drop in that location into Google Earth, right? So now take a look at what this actually would be, right? So if we put a drone up in the air, we would have this whole train yard situation in the background, which would be kind of cool, right? Just a neat little extra that you could see if you just brought the camera up above it. So I'm going to include a little bit of that data just so I have it. I don't want to go crazy here because it just makes it more complicated, but let's go 0.5 kilometer by 0.5 kilometer. So we're just kind of bringing this out and we're going to center it for the most part on that scene, get a little bit of the train tracks in. It's pretty close. I don't have to be exact with this. Now we're going to copy in those coordinates. So this is our extent of our whole thing. I'm going to save this up here. Text, you can't see this one. Oh yeah, you can't see it right now. And then I'm going to drop this down. So I'll drop this down. Oh, I don't know what I did there. So, and then I'll bring this back to my outliner. You guys won't see this when we go into the thing. Okay, we're going to delete everything out of the scene. So cube, all that's gone. And then we're going to basically paste in those coordinates into Blender's OSM tool. And I'm going to flip this back now. So you guys are going to see this up in the corner. And if I zoom out, there's our terrain. So this is where it's kind of fun, right? So there's nothing really here because there is no terrain. Like there's no elevation in this area. It's basically flat. But at least we have the terrain in. And now what we're going to do is I have to flip this off. I'm going to grab some satellite imagery and it's going to show my API key. So I just have to close Blender for 1 second. And then I'm going to hit import. And right now it's going out to Mapbox and it's grabbing tiles, 210 tiles of different satellite imagery for this scene. So what we're going to see when this is done, I'm going to do two. I'm going to do satellite imagery and I'm going to do street view imagery so that we have exactly, we know where everything is in the scene. We know where the roads are. We know where the buildings are. We know where everything is. And we're going to be able to get the composition set up. So I forgot to put that in the note. So I'm going to add that in here in a second, but we have to set up the camera and the composition. That's the first thing. Lock that in so we know exactly what's in the scene, what's out. We're happy with the composition. We match it as close as we can with the proper camera information. The Google Street View uses these 360 cameras. So it's not like a photographer is going out there and getting... I can't remember if I'll just grab both. Just downloading data. So what happens is if I was to go out with a camera, right, a regular camera, my iPhone or, a Sony camera or Canon, and I was to take that photo that we saw on the screen. So let's get the exact location. Okay, so this is our guy. Right. So if I was to take that photo, we would have a really good understanding of like what the focal length of the image is. And we could recreate this scene using, there's a bunch of tools. One's called Blender's PSY. Basically it can, based on the camera position, we can line up the building. We can do a bunch of cool stuff to make it match exactly this scene. And it is very good, but it's not as good as what I'm about to do. The only problem is we don't have Sorry, I'm looking for one more thing. Yeah, last one. We don't have that proper camera settings because what Google does is it puts a 360 camera on the roof of a vehicle. It probably has 12 cameras in it. It creates a 360, and then it, what I'm looking at is a zoomed in version of that 360. So there is no actual focal length to the shot. So we don't have that data to like copy into the camera and make it exact. So we just try to match this up as properly as we can, capture the correct height of the camera based on where it would be on top of a typical car. I kind of just guessed that. I'm sure I could figure it out. My guess is it's probably like 2 meters. It's probably eye level of, like a 6 foot something adult. Maybe a little higher because top of usually your eye level is like, if I look, I'm 6 feet tall. I just kind of look over the top of a car a bit. And yeah, so maybe it's a little bit more, but we get that proper height. And then we get the, guess the focal length, and we get this looking pretty close. So Blender's done. So what has happened now is I've imported 3 image textures. So I'm going to just rename them as I go through. But if we flip over here to an actual material preview mode or whatever we call it, we can see now we actually have basically satellite image into the scene. So this one is probably OSM. So I'm just going to use the material. You probably can't see this very well behind my chat. Oh man, I'm going to stop streaming on Kick. I can't. This drives me nuts. The same thing every time. Okay, so OSM street. And now we're going to just bring this down here, and we're going to flip this. So this is our, what is that? What did I use second? This is going to be Mapbox. I think this is Mapbox Street. Yeah, it was Mapbox Street. I don't know why. Let me see what this one is now. No, this is Map. I think this one's Mapbox Street. Okay, so this is probably not really useful. This is the one I actually want. So let's go back and assign this one. So this is one we want, right? So this is what allows us to kind of really see, like, we know where we are. Our camera is right here. We're just going to line it up. But we get like a nice little overview of the scene, and this is 3D. So, we don't have buildings and stuff in yet, but you can see that it follows the contour of the ground. So even though there's not elevation change here, there is a slight, there is a bit of a slight tilt here to the ground. It's going down this way, it's kind of tilting a little bit. So that will help. Like, you can even see it with the way the roads are. It will just help make everything feel really authentic. So we've got that in now. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to get the OSM buildings. So I've done a bunch of this, and, I never kind of have quite figured out the right way to do it. But let me just show you guys a few different options. So first thing I'm going to pull in here is 2D. We'll bring in railways, roads, path. Well, let's just bring in everything. We can kind of see what's in here. So I'm just going to bring in a 2D representation of all of the OSM data. OSM is OpenStreetMaps. And this is really cool, right? So what we've got is, look, we've got a mask for the water. We're not going to use this, by the way, for this scene, but just it's cool that it's here. There's a mask for the water. There's our railroad tracks. There's our building data. And here's our road data. So you can see we've got road 1, road 2, which we won't need this part, but basically this road and this road. And now what will happen is when we bring this in, we move the camera, everything's going to be to proper scale, which is like a huge advantage because we don't have to kind of guess on certain things. So let's flip this over to 3D Simple, and let's just get the buildings, because really that's the only one that I really care about. So I'm going to organize myself a little bit. Archive. Way profiles are street widths, calculating street widths. So I just kind of hide them. I never really use them. So this is going to be OSM 2D data. Also the terrain envelope I never really use, so I'll just put it up in the archive. It's what cuts off like the building data when it imports. So this is really the one I need. So this is my overlay. And then what I would do is I grab a 3D simple and I'm going to import the buildings. And I think if I remember this right, I think I can do them separately. Let's try both. I can never quite. I'll do the gabled roof. Actually, no, I think we want to do flat. And then let's import and see what we get. I don't know how good this data is, but typically in OSM, there is actual height data for the buildings, or at least there's data usually for how many floors they have. Now, height is not usually in there. So we're going to check this out now, but like it may say this building's 3 floors, but a 3-floor building, might be this, or, a 3-story house would be nowhere near that. So let's go look at what we got. So again, remember, right? Here's our actual spot. So actually, before we do this, one of the quick things, we should just put the camera in now. Actually, no, we don't need to do it. So let's just bring it down. So here you go, right? So this is basically our spot. Right? So obviously not nearly close to like exactly what this building is, but it is lined up properly. So what I'll do is I'll grab a camera. We deleted our camera, so we're going to add a camera in. Okay. And then we're going to call this cam 01 primary. And then we're going to go to view, line view, active camera to view. And now this is where I actually have kind of run into this issue before. I'm kind of a sucker for this aspect ratio, just because like all social media, it kind of works. I probably should do it in square to kind of match what we get here. But I do think I want to stick to this. So now we've got the camera. What I'm going to be doing is I'm bringing out the focal length. So typically I've found that it's been somewhere in that range in terms of focal length. And if I flip this over to camera to view, now I can like move the camera around a little bit here. And I can kind of get like at least a guess for where I want. Let's actually do this. So let's bring this over here. Okay, so we'll put the camera in that. And then we'll turn off camera to view. Bring this out. We're going to turn on the pass through or parse. What do they call it? Pass part. Okay. So we'll just kind of drop that down. And then we can bring this camera out and we'll leave this camera on camera to view for a bit. So now we can kind of see this camera in here, and there you can kind of get a feel for where it is, right? And then you can kind of look at the height, and if we wanted to, we could measure this. I always try to lock the camera in before I get going, but I end up, So I just want to make sure I didn't move that camera. So I like to be true to what the actual location was. So I'm just going to drop this in again. Yeah. Okay. So this is basically it right here. So if we're kind of looking at this building, obviously we're going to increase the height of this so we can have the 3 floors. We're going to drop, the roof, but the goal here is to kind of match that composition as close as I can from a perspective standpoint. So we're just going to do a couple little things here. So right now we're at essentially 10 meters above the ground. I've tried to do this before. I honestly have not come up with a good way to do it. I wonder if I can think of something right now. So I could put a curve and then measure it. So this is the cursor. What I'm trying to do is measure from here to here, and every time I've done it, the snapping doesn't quite work. So let's just try, see if it'll snap to face. It might work. That work. See, it doesn't quite. Can I just restrict it to go straight down? It's kind of freaking out about that. I'm sure there's some technique here with this that I'm missing. Yeah, it starts to go behind. It's I don't know the exact height of the Google Street View, but it's pretty close. Like it's 2.5 meters probably right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just to kind of show you some perspective things, like, you know, if you go up here, obviously you can see the perspective changes, but this is way too high. Like you can just tell from where that is, you know, that camera is halfway up that building. So we're definitely not up there. So we definitely need to be down kind of in this range. If you think of a car coming through here height wise, it's probably about there. So now if we go to 90, which is, if you kind of look at this, watch the edges. So when you're looking at this camera and if you're at 90, you should have pretty much straight lines, which means like 90 meaning like your camera is straight, right? So if I bring that camera up, looking higher, see how that corner of the building distorts? And if I bring it lower, see how it distorts that way? So technically, if you look at my shot on the left, like that's dead flat. Maybe if anything, it's a little bit tilted this way, but that's again with where I put my camera, right? So I think our composition is a little up. So we want to kind of match that. We want to match that on this side. So I feel pretty good about that. Now, what is bothering me here is two things. So that building in the background, there's the corner of that building. This corner is going to be accurate. Cool. Thanks, Marvel. I appreciate you dropping by. And yeah, I'll have the final. Shoot me a message too if like find my Twitter, Instagram, say hi. If you're working on anything I can help with or promote it, or you know, just jump on your stream or anything like that. I'd love to. I appreciate you coming. Okay, so see this building corner, right? So this is accurate. Like from an OSM data standpoint, that building is accurate. The composition of the building and all that, but the corner where the corner is good. So what I'm looking for here is, you know, when I'm setting up my shot, I think what I want to do is cut that there. So I have this part of there leaning, you know, that's basically it. So I'm going to try to match that. And I'm looking at how it's impacted by there. Okay, so happy with this so far. What is not right to me is this building, this line across the building. So I'm going to just test a few things because I have a couple ideas. So one is lens shift. So you can see that it will adjust. Oh, so that was bringing auto. So that's like doing, oh man, kick, killing me. Okay. I might. So this is like typically something you would do in like Lightroom or in photo editing software, but like you can actually adjust this. See how this is sort of changing, you know, the actual lines of the building. But I don't want to do that. Obviously I want to keep it the same, but it's not adjusting this angle at all. Like it's not affecting this. I'm trying to think of what would do that. I don't know if getting closer. Well, let's just sort of test, right? So now we have our camera. We can test, you know, getting closer to the building Obviously, it doesn't work very well if I go further away from the building. Doesn't really, it changes the angle slightly. So let's look down at the ground. We are heavy on the left side of the road. We're probably close to, okay, so let's line up the buildings and let's try to get the right camera location here. I think we can just do this. I think probably this is not helping right now. Okay, so let's look at where we are with this camera. So in this shot, because this is basically our shot right here. We are right on the edge of this grass. There is a parking lot over here. We are inside the line of cars. You can see how it opens up. We're probably pretty close. There's a building over here. And an alley. That's that alley there. Oh, that's that road. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with Kick. You guys, I'm finished. Goodbye. Sorry if anyone's watching on Kick. I gotta figure out this spam thing with Kick. It's just constant. Okay. So yeah, there's a building here. There's the road going through that alleyway would be that edge of this building. I think we're probably more like here. Oh, that's why my snap is on. Okay, so let's turn our buildings back on. Okay, so I constantly run into this issue with Google Street Maps. I think that I'm in the right spot, but I'm not 100%. Let's drop that back. Okay, and you can also look at this, by the way. We can look at, it's just, yeah, so if we look at this and hide that data, I mean, we could actually bring in, if we wanted, we could actually bring in that map. But I would say we're pretty close right here. And that did flatten out that building. The building did flatten out quite a bit. And then, from a composition standpoint, close this guy out where we were thinking. We were thinking this, right? Okay, so with this here, now I think the building is a little bit better. It's going to be a little bit taller. So we move back a bit. I think we're a little bit... You can see just like little subtle differences make a huge difference, and we're sort of adjusting camera. I feel pretty good about that. I feel pretty good about that. I don't know if that height on that building. That building is pretty tall there. Just try to get myself, comparisons. Yeah, I think the building is pretty good. So, if we kind of laid this out, roads coming through here, building is there, that's a gap. We're going to kind of bring the building up a little bit there. I think we're pretty close. I feel pretty good. If anything, it just feels like it's a little bit short, the building. I don't know if I can adjust that slightly. And then I think that'll do it. Maybe the camera. Maybe bring the camera in a bit. And then maybe we just bring the rotation on this over like that. Yeah, it cuts the building off a little bit. Okay, let's lock that in there. Okay, so I do is I duplicate my camera. I just call this backup. Just because I tend to just get a little antsy and I start moving stuff around and then we lose it. So, all right, so let's put this into terrain. Okay, we got terrain. We got this data. This is OSM 3D building. Okay, so there's our buildings. There's our roads. Damn. It kind of never ends. I think we need to be out a little bit this way. So what I'm looking, and again, this is sort of like we can manipulate this a bit, but like where that road is, where it connects, it's not going to be, but if this came out here, we'd want that connection to be a little, okay, so I think we're really close. Yeah, this is fine. This road is too thin. We're gonna, like, you can see it here. It's basically this whole thing is the road, right? So you look at it there. So we would obviously want to line that out a little bit more. So we'll fix that up. Okay, I think we're pretty good on this. I did take an archive of that camera. Back up. All right, let's get moving. I'm wasting too much time. Okay, so looking at my list, we got the lat long, we got in the terrain data, we got the OSM data, we imported the buildings, we need to do HDRI, and then we're gonna adjust the shape of the building, and then we'll do the meshes. Okay, let's rock. All right, HDRI. We'll go to world. We'll flip this over to a rendered view. Okay, we're going to go into world editor. We're going to look for, this is a cloudy day. It's probably actually the one I already have, to be honest. Yeah, it's probably going to be pretty close. All right, so now we'll just rotate this around. So, like, where's the sun coming from? What I really need to do is just, I need to like not move that one camera. I mean, where is the sun? We can look up where the sun would have been in June, but we don't know the time of day. It feels like it's probably there. We see, okay, so let's take a look at the shadowing. Super soft shadow. Shadow's definitely going that way, but it's the shadow is really, really light. Like if you look at even the buildings are not casting a shadow. There's obviously a bit of shadow under the car. I mean, this is as overcast of a day. You can see the shadows there. I don't see anything indicating that there's no real shadows on that. There's no shadows coming off. I mean, it's totally just doesn't matter. So what we're going to do is we're just going to focus on getting the background to look as close to that as we can. So if we have something that's, fairly close, I don't think the shadows are going to make a difference at all. I think it's going to be here somewhere. think that was the best spot, and then I can adjust the height a little bit. I think this is a little bit too like stormy. Yeah, there's a little bit too much going on in that one. This is a little too flat. This might not be bad right here. I'm gonna go back to try to find that spot again. I might have lost it. Maybe here. So because we're not like everything's blocking the scene, we can get away with a bit of like manipulation of the rotation. So if I was to flip this camera on and look around the scene, you can see what I just did. I did some weird, weird inception stuff. But like if you kind of look around the scene now and you're looking for pretty much anywhere in the sky that you can see a cloud system that you feel like is kind of close to that. Like I would almost say there might be the spot. So it's actually kind of overhead right now. We just need to bring it down. Yeah, I'm kind of liking this. So this little cloud pattern matching. Yeah, I'm liking that. So it's not perfect, but you can see, we're close. We got some light area, dark areas over here. This is pretty good. I could do a sky replacement after if I wanted, but I'm pretty happy with that. So let's keep going. Okay. Basic shape of the building. So here's our building that we're working with. We're going to isolate this guy. And I know this now from previous times that one of the things that was really useful is, first of all, I'm going to separate this building. I forget how to separate now. Clear parent. So one of the things that's really annoying when working with this data is that the fact that this building is not aligned. So you see the rotation 0, but it's tilted because we brought it in as part of this OSM data. So I've done this before, and I'm trying to think of how I did it. I mean, I could just create a custom normal on this thing. How did I reset the rotation? I think I took a regular square. Let me just try this. So take a regular cube. All right, so see our cube rotation? And then I snap the cube to the face and align rotation target and snap it on. Set its Y to 0, its X to 0. So basically that cube is rotated minus 98.307. So I think what I can do the building is not perfectly flat. Yeah. You can see the building is, it's pretty cool that they get that. It's not a perfect. This face is flat now, but the rest of the building is not. So I don't know if it's going to necessarily help me. But let me just think through this, how I did this. So if I take this, let me just try this. So if I apply this rotation, and then I bring it back that exact amount. Yeah, okay. I think this will do it. So let me just try this. So it's just like little things when you're like working with stuff. Like right now, if I take this cube, or if I take this building, and I want to like move something along the side of it, global rotation doesn't work very well, but local slides perfectly across this building. I'll probably have to create custom ones for certain things like this side, because I don't think this is a perfect 90-degree angle. In fact, I think I can do this. I don't use this very often, but I'm pretty sure if you go into edit mode and you select all, and you flip into, what is it? This? No, it's this. Edge angles. Yeah, so see that? So this is kind of an interesting thing. So let's unselect that for a second so you can see this on the stream. Oh, I have to keep it selected. It's kind of a crappy, whatever it is. It's very, okay, so there you go. You can kind of see it. So this is really interesting. Now, this could be a mistake, or this could be real. So this building corners at 91.482. So it's not a 90-degree angle, right? It's not a perfect, it's not a perfect corner. Now, when you're in OSM, somebody did this. So somebody went into this building and they created that. And you can actually see the line here. Now, if they just manually tried to do it from like satellite imagery, so they were just sort of like, all right, let's kind of guess, they could have just got it wrong. There is an option in OSM, to basically tell it, it's like, it's hard to tell. Like, is that building a perfect square or not? It could be if it got created with the satellite, it could be that they just did it incorrectly. It could be that it was actually that way. It's hard to know, but I'll just keep it authentic to what the OSM data is right now. It's not going to cause me any issues. You just have to be aware that that is slightly off. So when you're kind of manipulating stuff on the local axis, it won't be exactly sliding down that thing. So I'll have to create like a custom, basically a transform orientation. Anyway, this is getting technical, but I just wanted to explain why I did it, and it will help me in terms of modeling this thing. Okay, so the cube is irrelevant. I'll just keep it here for fun. But basically what I got to do here is the shape of this building. So if we kind of look at this thing right now, it's set up pretty basic. The only thing I really have to do is I'm going to decide on this height. I think I'm going to keep the height as is, and I'm just going to kind of hit the roof in the middle. So I'm going to add a loop cut in the middle of this. And then I'm just going to grab this and just bring it up. That's it. And I'm just going to eyeball this to kind of match it to what I think is the roof. Perfect. Okay. So now we've got a roof. There's really nothing else we need to do on that. I don't think that wasn't doing anything. All right. So let's go back to this. Now, next thing I got to do is I got to come up with a game plan. I got to kind of come up with a game plan for how I'm going to segment this thing out and how I'm going to do these, windows. So let's go bring this in for a second. So if we look at this building, there's 3 distinct floors in my mind, but they're not completely distinct because you can see over here. So, okay, if we were to draw a line and say this is floor number 1. Okay, so that's floor number 1. Floor number 2. You know, and that was probably bad, but basically this. That's a pretty poor job, but I think you get the idea. So what we really have is we've got this middle layer, which is just the same window. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 windows here, and then blank. There's a couple, you know, pipes and stuff, but it's blank on this side. Top one, we've got the same 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 one, exactly the same. And I would say in the bottom, they're slightly different, but they're the same, like they're lined up, right? So we have 6. We have a grid of 6 here, right? Grid of 6 here. This is pretty straightforward, this side of the building. Obviously, these are identical. These are slightly different. This is the door, so this one is slightly different than these. These are all the same. It could be my eyes could be deceiving me. These are really close. They just might be slightly different. There's like a little ledge here, but these are pretty close. So I think like from a modeling standpoint, I can just cut these out and then do them all at once. Like I'll just inset them all and you'll watch me. I'll just model that out exactly instead of doing any kind of Boolean cut or anything weird. I think that's the best way to do it. I feel the most comfortable with it. Everything comes out clean. That's, I think, how I'm going to do this. So I'll split the building to 6 ways, split it into 3 here, and I can do this. Now, when I get to this side, essentially we could kind of, I think, treat this the same way. So we could go, let's go from left to right. So we have 1 here, 2 here, 3 here, 4 here, 5 here, 6 here, 7 here, 8 here, 9. And I think this makes sense from a perspective standpoint. This looks directly in line with that. So this door is directly in line with this one. They slowly spread because of perspective. So they're the same distance. And then as they go this way, they look like they're closer together, but they're really the same. So I'm going to say that we've got 1, you know, and I guess we're going to have to do it this way. So we'll go 1 here and 1 over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 8 on this side. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 on this side. Now, obviously, when we do the building, we're going to be splitting the whole building. But the key is that in camera, we can see 9 sections. So that's how I'm going to do this. And then I think I'll do this side first. So I'll just cut these windows out. Then I'll do all of these windows are the same. I'll cut these here. I'll cut these 2. I'll cut the door. And then I'll cut these 3 windows. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. That's my game plan for that. I'm going to do the road stuff first because it's simpler. And then I'm going to start cutting the building up. Okay, so for the road, let's just manipulate the actual stuff. So all I want to do with this road is really simply, this is just a curve. So from a Blender standpoint, this is just this road right here. And really, I think what I want to do is I'll make a duplicate. I'm going to keep the original and I'm just going to make duplicates of the stuff I need. So I really need, I'll make a duplicate. Okay. And I'm going to bring this in down, just bring it out. And I'll call this road primary. Okay. So that's this road here. And then I'm going to take this one here and I'm going to take a duplicate of it. I'm going to bring it down and I'm going to call this road secondary. So let's start with this one. So you can see what is going on here is basically just it's created a spline right along the road, and then it's basically just shrink wrapped it down to the ground, which is simple. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut out everything that I don't need, which is all that, and we'll give ourselves a little bit of room behind it. So we'll go here, we'll cut this out. And now we have a clean road. Now we did say that we were going to cut that off there. So maybe we do that. Maybe we cut this here. And we're just going to keep this section of the road. Let's try that. Okay. And then we can get rid of this, right? Oh, I did the wrong one. Oops. So what I meant to do, so I should close that off and then do this one. And what I think we're going to do is we'll go, yeah, we just basically need this, and oh shoot, hold on. What is it, pi? Why am I not getting the curve select invert? Right, okay, so see that? So we basically, the road is cut here, but what I'm thinking is I'm gonna lay that road over top. Okay, so that road's gonna lay over top. I'm gonna take this road here, and I'm gonna have this road curve around. Okay, so basically this road here is our road that's coming down this, so we can get rid of this here. We can get rid of all of this. Actually, let's just do the ones that we want. So we want all this, and then here, let's get rid of that. Yeah, I think this is all we need. So select, invert, delete. And then with this road, what I'm going to do is I'm going to extrude it this way. And then I'm going to manipulate this. Is going to have a curve. So right now the width of the road is being, I believe, is just only, let me just see if this works. Oh no, okay, we can do it. So we can basically change the width of this. And the reason I'm doing it this way is because see the road pattern? So you're going to have like tires that are coming around here, and then this essentially, this whole road kind of connects in here. But if you look at the way it's paved, even though this is the road, the pavement stops there, and then this pavement is what picks up. So what I want is to make, I should stop moving that map. What I want is to make this road underneath, and I kind of just manipulate the shape of the curve for now to kind of just get the basic shape of the road. And then what I'll do is I'll offset, this is just, we're going to offset this one under, okay? And we're going to bring this one above. So see that, right? And it's pretty close. Like there's the end of that road. There's the end of that. It lines up just to the right of this on the camera. That looks pretty good. And then we can add more resolution to this road. So if we go in here and we go to the curve, I can't remember if we, what is the deal with that? What is the resolution? I'm trying to remember now. Give me a second. I mean, I know you do it in geometry nodes. I'm not sure if I don't want to do that. I'll get the resolution of the road after. Oh, it's separated. Okay, I don't want that. There's like duplicates in here. We're going to convert this to mesh anyway. I'm just trying to get something that kind of feels close to the way that road goes. It's kind of cool. You can see the satellite imagery coming through there, right? You can even see underneath. And again, you can't trust satellite imagery perfectly. But I'm just trying to create a little bit of separation here because you can see it. It just sort of, you know, will, whether we use a dirt texture, gravel, or we adjust the road, we'll see. But this is the one that kind of has to curve. Right. Okay, that's pretty good. I feel good about that. You know, we'll layer that so there won't be a gap. But basically, we have a road here. Yeah, we got a road here that kind of overlaps pavement here. A bit of a gap coming through here. There's enough space here, I think, to work with. We'll probably end up adjusting this slightly. Okay, I think I'm pretty good on that side. So I'd say we'll call the road pretty good, and we'll convert these to meshes when we need to. Okay, let's do the building. That's the scariest part for me. So I know it just always seems to mess up, but I'm going to approach this in the right way. So first of all, I might get my mouse back. Switch to Blender. I don't know how I went this far. I may have to reset to get the mouse to go. Oh, I forgot to add coffee here. Okay. All right, let's attack this road, this building. All right, so we had a plan. I'm going to grab an image down here. You guys are not going to see it, but that's my my screenshot. I don't have my overlay. How can I get that? Is it just to turn it on? I never quite figured out the annotate tool in my mind. Like, how do I get that? How do I bring that annotation? Okay, so there it is. All right, let's see if I can get that over there. So back to here. All right, so it should be under view. Look at that. Sick. Learn something new every day. Okay, so you guys won't see this. But that's just my annotation. So basically it's just this, right? So I'm just looking at my grid, and I'm just going to grid out these as best I can. I'm going to try to grid out this building, and I'm going to just back it up as I go, because what ends up happening here is inevitably I screw something up and then I want to go back to it. I think I'm going to have to save this and just restart Blender here, because Let's save as. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to close out Blender and then see if I can get it to relaunch with my, I have like little shortcuts on my mouse and I just had to flip it over. And for some reason, when I do that, I have to reload Blender for it to come back. We haven't talked about the texture on this building. I spent a couple days 2 weeks ago really trying to work on a nice, good procedural building texture. It's going to be a lot of work to get it looking exactly like that, but it's perfectly, this is going to be like a very fun exercise. You know, we'll see. If I end up not getting this done tonight, that's what I'll do, is I'll leave that for a separate, you know, video or something, because I think I'm going to hopefully get it done. There's so much here. It's like, you know, we've got paint, we've got a brick building with painted brick here, a little bit of paint coming through, a lot of soot, you know, discoloration of the brick. And then we've got a cinder block here. And then we've got a random brick texture here. It's just, oh man, I love this dude. I just love this guy. If he's actually sitting like guarding a cafe, it makes me so happy. You have no idea. I really kind of want to go here. I'm not going to lie. This is going to be fun. Okay. Sorry. Keep my commentary to myself. I should just upload this video, you know, and tag this coffee shop. And like, I wonder if you own this shop or you're that dude and you watch this stream with the translation, or if you knew English, how random, like you realize how random it is that of anywhere in the world, GeoGuessr dropped me in this spot. Then we did a random wheel spin and we picked this, and then, you know, on a random stream in the middle of Canada, this dude is streaming him making this building, knowing nothing about it. I want this guy to show me around Russia. That's what I want. All right. Building. Of course, my keyboard shortcuts are still not working. Fuck. If anyone's used like Synapse for these freaking mice, Razer, oh, it's honestly the worst thing. Like, why would these keyboard shortcuts not work? So I gotta take a shot at fixing this. Key recording. Bind to this. Key recording. Bind to this. Save. Does not work. All right, whatever. We'll make it work. I don't want to stop the stream and try to troubleshoot that. Okay, so let's get this up here. I'm gonna actually get my workspace so I can like fully deal with this. All right. So what did I say? 1 to 8 sections. So basically this one is pretty simple. It's currently split in 2. So what I think I need is 4 here. Oh, I said I was going to back this up first. That was smart. Okay, let's get that building. So we'll take a duplicate and we'll call this building primary. It's really the only building we're going to do. We're going to do, I guess, that back building. We'll get that after. Okay, so this is our building. We have our backup of this building here. We close this up and then we're editing this one. All right, let's go. Okay, so we have 4 sections here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Okay, and then 4 sections here. Oh, I keep forgetting this. 4. Okay, so what we got is our 4 across, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. And then in terms of the, well, let's do this one. So what we said was this one's a little different. We're going to just cut this until we see. So we're going to cut this until we can see the correct amount of sections in the scene. So we said there's 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Again, this is partly composition. You know, what we're doing with the actual camera. I should switch this to a square. It would make my life so much easier. Yeah. I'm 50-50 on this. Because now I have a problem of the camera not being the same. This is where you can. Okay, it's a little. It's so hard to know this. I feel like there's too much of a gap here. Okay, let's go for it. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make these sections enough across the whole length of the building so we get our 9 sections in the screen. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So now there was 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, there's currently 9. And I'm looking at it in terms of the split. That would put the door. I think this is going to work. So let's turn off this edge angle. So if you kind of look at this now, it matches pretty well. You guys can't see this very well, unfortunately. Oh, actually, let's flip this over. Image. Can you just swap these things? Yeah, look at that. So if you look at our reference, like I've split this now into the exact amount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This lines up perfectly. If you look at where the door will be, it'll be there. And that feels about the right size. It feels about the right everything. So I'm going to say I'm happy with that. I think that's the right split. The last thing I got to do is split the floors. So I think the way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to create a base layer first. Okay. So I'm bringing this down and I'm just going to create like a foundational layer kind of right at the bottom that will sort of go just beneath in case I want to put like any trim or anything. And then I'm going to put a top layer. Now there's a way to do this. I've seen this to flatten this out. To flatten this out on the side. I mean, I can just flatten it after. But I think I'll do that. I'll do this trim layer at the top. So see, that'll be the trim around the top of the building. So it's actually good that it's got the arc. And now what I want to do is I want to do the 3 layers in the middle. And there was a trick to that I could have done, but what I want to do is I'm going to flatten them. Right, so flatten this one. Flatten this one. I just did realize I just did 4. So really it's that. It's 3. 1 at the bottom, 2. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Let's do it like this. Okay. So let's just center these here. Let's add another one at the top and we'll drop it right below this. And then we'll bring that. Oh, okay. This is why I take a backup. So what I'm going to do is just bring this one right below the trim. Then I'm going to take this one, lower it. Okay, so now I basically have all the floors. They're basically the same height because we only shortened this one a little bit, so we could technically shift them all if we wanted. But I would even looking at it, yeah, I think this is pretty good. Maybe I'll shift it. I feel like maybe I should shift it down a bit. Yeah, that feels right. Bring it down a little bit. Okay. So now we've got essentially our building lined up. So we've got, this little extra area up here. We've got our trim. We've got our our areas separated for this building, areas for this one. I feel pretty confident. And now is another great time to take a backup of this building. And we'll say building primary backup 02. Drag it in archive. Just keep doing this. Okay, so now I'm going to do, let's get our music back. Okay, so now I'm going to hit these windows. So I know at least the top two are going to be exactly identical. So I think I'm going to do the top two layers and then I'm going to do the rest. So the way that I'm approaching this is I'm going to just handle the inset, and I think I'm just going to drop like a window asset into the actual inset of the building. So really I'm trying to do is just, there's nothing to this. It's just super simple, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, we have 6 windows. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then, yeah, I'm just thinking whether I should do these ones. I'll do those separate because it's a really simple thing. So basically I'm going to do is inset this in, and I'm going to just let's go out to this side so we can get a feel for this, because this is again a perspective problem. I wonder if I should get a view down here that actually, well, let's just try it like this. All right. So let's change our pivot. No, what do I want for the pivot? It's bounding box. There it is. Okay. So yeah, we're basically going to bring these in. And then I think how I wanted these things are definitely taller than they are wide. So let's just try this like this. Then we're going to bring them in again. Okay, this is where we need, I think this is going to, this is where I was saying before about like our origin of this thing. I have to get a perfect transform orientation for this. I can't quite tell if it's working. Okay, that should be fine. No. Okay, hold on. There we go. Okay, that works. This is one of those things where it looks good from the side, and then if you get it slightly off, every window is like screwed. In fact, I think I can see it's not lined up. Fuck. It's not lined up. Because I created... Okay. Go slow, Matt. Go slow. I think I want this face as my custom. This one is all lined. And then if I take all these... This looks fine here. Everything is perfect. Yeah. There we go. I think this is right. I don't know why I need this, if I need that inset. It's funny, it's like basic modeling stuff that you sort of just, you kind of second guess yourself. So I'm just basically, right now, I'm just thinking, do I need to go in twice, or can I just do it from here? I don't think there's any reason not to do it this way. Okay, so I got to kind of guess the windows. I think because again we're talking angle here, and this is not going to show up yet until I inset these. So you can kind of see it now on the side, right? So I think what I want to do is inset these a little bit. We're going to bevel these. Don't think there's any advantage of, I think we just inset it to where we want. This is so simple, but I'm overthinking it. Okay, I'm just going to look at, oh, let's not change that. I'm just trying to get a feel for whether the dimensions of the windows look pretty good. They look a little, they could be a little taller to me. Ah, they're pretty close. Let's just do it. Okay. So delete the faces. So there we go. Our windows, we're going to drop our actual window assets in here, because I don't want to kind of model out. At least I don't think I want to. Do I want to do that? Do I want to model out the actual window instead of actually trying to find the asset? If I did that, I would just drop it like this. Look at, let me try it. Let me try it. So what do we got here? We've got all the windows are exactly the same. There's top and middle section. So if I wanted to do this, I would subdivide each of these. No, I would inset them first to do the perimeter. Right? Okay, and then I would subdivide this. So I'm just trying to think how to do it for all of them at once. So I don't have like any kind of a mirror modifier here going, which could make more sense, but I'm not really honestly that good with the mirror modifier. So if I did this, then there's this. And then if I inset these, we'd have the window we would just want to then fix the line in the middle and then fill the top one. So let's just try this. Let's inset these. And then let's bring this in just a little bit for the lip. For this, it's like for the actual inset window. Okay. And now the question is, Could we, oh, that's going to be a huge pain. Can we cleanly, it's hard to select all these at once without like a mirror going on. Ooh, okay. Let me rethink that. What I want to do is I want to move this over. There's no way. Oh, okay. I want to move this over and then I want to bring this together. I mean, I could just do it. Okay, it's annoying, but whatever. So basically, I just need to do this. I think at this level, it's not that big of a deal. I'll just do it. Okay, so now I'm going to bring this over to match the bottom window. Right, so I've got kind of that bottom corner. Okay, and then I'm going to take the top. It would make more sense to create this and array it and line it up and just, but I feel like the window is so simple that this is, in my brain, this is the quickest approach. So, and then I'm going to dissolve the faces. So now I have the proper setup. So now I can just select all of these. So one thing you learn about like 3D stuff is like there's just efficient ways to do things, but sometimes you just doing it the way that you feel most comfortable with is the best way to go. And then I think safely, I would say all these can be the same. I know the bottom one looks a little thicker, but I don't think it's like that big of a deal. And then we bring this in, right? And then we bring this back just a tiny bit. And then we'll make that our glass, right? We already have them all selected. So what we're going to do is we're just going to assign this and we're going to go new and then new. And we're going to go this material glass, right? So that's our glass and assign. Okay, so that's our glass. And then we should have done this before, but this is kind of annoying. This is annoying. How could I do this quickly? Yeah, I should have selected it all, right? It almost makes more sense to do all of this. And then deselect. You know what? I might be able to get away with this. I might be able to get away with by area. It's pretty close. Yeah, because there's no other. Yeah, that worked. Because there's no other small geometry on this whole thing. I just have to make sure it gets yeah, there it is. So it selected everything, it looks like. It didn't touch the rest of the building. So now we're going to do a new material. And we're going to do new. We're going to change this to material. Trim. White. Assign. And then we'll just, for the view, I don't ever normally do this, but I think it just might be nice to have a... Okay, did I just make sure I actually signed that? I did. Okay, so now for glass, you can just drop the roughness down and make it kind of a dark color. There we go. So you can kind of just at least see what we're doing. Okay, and then while we're here, we might as well just do... We got to do the windowsill now because... we're not doing the actual we're not doing the actual dropping the windows in because I just don't think it's needed. So now with this is an easy select, so you can do this by normal. So you're gonna get I thought I could get away with that. Yeah, there we go. I did the top one, unfortunately. All right, we might as well just select all these. So now I'm just gonna create that little lip. And I think the way to do this, just thinking out loud, I think we can just extrude up. Oh. I think we can probably just extrude this up. I don't know. You know, actually, here's how we should do this. We should separate it. Because I know this is going to cause issues with. So, okay, so let me make sure I don't screw this up. So what we want to do is take these ones. We want to duplicate them. And then we want to separate the selection. And see if that worked. Yes, it did. Okay. So, see that? So we've got all these little things selected. And then now we can just go into them, select all, extrude up. And then we can select all these and we can extrude. Oh, shoot. Okay. Yeah, this is where you have to be careful, but by normal. Yeah, that should do it. Cool. And we just bring that out. I think that's basically it. And then we can bevel all this stuff after. Okay, so there we go. There's our top windows. I feel good about that. I probably should have done the bottom ones at the exact same time. It just probably would have been easier. But let's do the bottom ones now. So we got basically 5 across and then a door. So for this, it's basically the same concept. We're going to just bring this in. I would say they're the same width. So we're just trying to kind of match it, you know, pretty closely. There's a way to do this too to get the front. I can't remember the shortcut, but it's close enough. So basically, yeah, we're just trying to get this about the same width of the windows. And I think that they are, you know, maybe a little higher up, right? So like a little bit off the, you know, just a little bit higher off the ground. And then, you know, that's probably pretty good. Like they're probably about that same thing. And then they're really the exact same design. Maybe this one, I don't know, like see there is that line across, but it's so faint. I think we can just do the 2 sections. So I think what we want to do with this is we want to bring them back into the wall. Probably not quite as much. And then we want to inset this so we get to create the little bit of a trim. And then we want to subdivide. And then, well, we might as well just cut these. Dissolve the faces on these guys. And then select all. Inset. I think I'm doing this right. I think I. And then just drop it back a tiny bit. What I should have done, actually, yeah, so what I should have done is at that level, but I mean, it's fine. Okay, actually, let's go back. So what I should do when all of that's selected, I think if I select now, let me just try this. If I create this as the trim and then I do the same steps, like I subdivide it here, you know, grab these corners, dissolve the faces, select this, slide it over a bit, select the windows, select this one. Okay, so I have this. Inset these just a tiny bit. Okay, this is going to be a bit of a problem because of what I did there. That's fine. And then I think if I take, then if I think I bring this back just a little bit offset, and now I assign this glass. Yeah, there we go. So now we have it, just automatically get it. Okay, same thing as before. We do all these guys, and we duplicate, we separate, and then we select all, we extrude up, and then we grab this, and then we say normal, we extrude out. Oh, I may have got that a little bit off. This one was fine. I think there we go. Maybe a little bit further on this. Okay. All right, let's clean this up a little bit. So this is building primary window. What do you call it? Is this sill? Is it just a window sill? Window. I mean, this is going to be a long name. End sill. Top. I probably could combine the bottom, honestly, and I probably could combine these two together. Bottom. Long names, but okay. I feel pretty good about that. Those ones are done. Only thing left is the door. We'll just do the door manually. So now the door, we have that frame at the bottom. So this should just be pretty simple. Bring this in, inset this to the same width as the window. We will bring this pretty much, no, it's a little bit lower than that. So we'll bring it all the way to the bottom. So where that trim might be a little bit of an issue, but just got to make sure it doesn't. That's probably going to be fine. I could measure that if I wanted. Just make sure it's not like completely off. 2.4 meters, that's fine. Okay, so I think that looks good. And then we're going to extrude that back a little bit, maybe further than that one. Let's assign this the same trim, and then let's do our split. So in this case, let's subdivide it. We'll grab our thing, we'll bring it over to say here. We'll take this one and we'll bring it down to say here. Let's do these, probably inset these two. Extrude both back just a little bit, and then do this as glass. I say that's pretty good. It looks a little bit wide to me, but I mean, it's going to be the same width as this, and just maybe Yeah, I mean, whatever. If it is a little bit wider than a door should be, it's going to look fine from here. It's blocked behind this car. It looks good on this side. Okay, I feel pretty good about that. All right, so those are done. We'll add some trim and like, you know, the tire stuff here, and we'll do the roof. I want to do the roof last because I just don't want to mess that up. Okay, let's do this side of the building. So same thing here. We've got bigger, I think we've got bigger gaps on this side, which may technically be wrong. Looking at it, although they're pretty close. No, they're actually dead on, to be honest. Yeah, they're squares basically. It's just perspective. Okay, so that's good. All right, so let's break this one down. So we're going to do all the top first because they're all the same. There is a gap here. So let's look at this. So we don't touch this one. So we need to do window, window, window. But there is a bit of a gap. So how do we want to account for that? It's not that big, but it'd be nice to have it. Since we're perfectly sliced, I don't want to, there is another gap over here too. I think we'll just adjust it with the windows. We'll just sort of slide those 2 windows over when we're done. Okay, so let's just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that's going to line up when we do this. So same thing. I think we'll just do exactly the same as we did before. We're going to inset these in. Then we're going to bring... Okay, so actually, sorry, before we do that, let's do a new... Right, so this is the side building, and I think now we should be able to, like, this is where that 90-degree angle can really screw you over. So we're gonna bring this in, so, you know, to roughly the same size. This doesn't have to be perfect. We'll go roughly the same size as that. I think that feels right. 1.49. Okay, yeah, that was instinct-wise. It felt a little off. I mean, I should do the whole thing. Fuck, I'll just do the whole thing. It's no extra work, I don't think. Hopefully. I'm just going to go all the way down so we have like a complete building. We'll go to there. Okay. So inset, scale, what did we say? We'll go about 1.79. And we'll go a little taller. That looks pretty good to me. Okay, and then we're gonna bring this back. Double check that that's like completely straight. Looks good. Assign this the same trim. Okay, and then we're just doing that same process. So we are subdividing. This is a little bit annoying because we're going to do this for more. I wish there was a better way to do this. So, fuck. Whatever. I don't know if like you can get like those segments. Like if there's a way. That definitely didn't work. You know what I mean? Like just some way to get all those, but again, I should be using some type of array. And like I could have separated this at this point, like separated these objects out and then just turned on like an array modifier and made one. Really what I'm doing is not efficient, and I wouldn't do this if you're following along. Don't this is not the right way to do it, but I just sometimes with this stuff, I don't want to run down a path of just doing something I can't back my way out of easily. Okay, so there we go. So we're just bringing these up, right? So we're just kind of matching. We're going to see the two bottom windows are basically the same. We're going to match these. And then I'd say about there. And then like this is where I don't know if I can get this by area. See, you're going to end up with so this is an interesting, just a quick thing. I wonder if I want to deselect. I don't think you can deselect by, you know. So we're better off just to do this, right? That's why adding all those extra buildings at the end was really dumb, but whatever. This was silly. Silly. Okay, but basically from here, now we can dissolve the faces. Oh, we missed one. Dissolve faces. Okay, so now we should have all top windows look good. And now we basically want to select, oh, did we? Oh, it just looks like those are selected. It's throwing me off. So I can do it this way, is a little bit quicker, but again, better ways to do what I'm doing, no doubt. Oh, missed that one. Okay, so now we have this. We inset these windows a little bit across the board. I'm not thinking too crazy. We extrude these back just a tiny bit. And just kind of make sure this looks okay. Maybe that was too much. Extrude that back a little bit and then make these glass. Right? Now, so looking at our thing, let's just do a double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The 9th is slightly cut off, which is, I think, what we wanted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then the 9th is there. Okay, so this is good. Top windows, I think I'm happy with. Probably put too much of a lip, to be honest. And again, because the way I did that is where it gets like really hard to... Oh, maybe I can get away with it. Let's try it. It's a dangerous maneuver here. But I don't think we want that much of a lip. There we go. Okay, top window's done. Okay, middle windows, no windows, right? So now we got to do the door under here. Let's do the door. So again, same basic idea as this door. If we kind of look at the reference, they're basically the same door. So we could have done them at the same time. That would have been a smart move, but we didn't do it. They are different. I guess that close is probably the same. So it just opens up this way. So we'll have to add that on after because we're going to want this door open. So let's just kind of match this to the best we can. We'll turn on the edges again, and we'll just sort of look at, sorry, my keyboard shortcuts are a little bit off. So I just want to look at this perimeter. So 1.4 by 2.4, I mean, that's probably not that bad off for a door. So We're looking for, what did I say? 1.4. So yeah, I mean, it's a little bit, we'll go a little bit wider on this one. I think it's fine. 1.6 to kind of match what we did up there. And then we'll go, again, bringing it all the way to the bottom. Oh. Which angle am I? Why is it X? Okay, so we're bringing this basically down to the bottom. It's close. Looks pretty good there. Okay, and then this is, I'm just thinking this through a little bit. So I want to drop this back a little bit. Then I want to inset this in. Okay. This is, we know this is trim. And then I want to inset this, but what I want is to split it. And then we'll separate the door after. Okay, so let's subdivide this. And then we'll do the same thing. We'll bring this over, right, to the edge. This is our door now. We'll do, I think we'll do it like that. It definitely just looks too wide. It could just be deceiving me. Go a little bit in. And then we'll do is we'll make this one glass. So that's that top part. And then honestly, I don't know if this is gonna work this way, but I might just take this here and I may just separate it. Yeah, and then I'll just add the, so now if I put the origin to geometry, actually if I grab this one, put the origin to 3D cursor, cursor to selected, and then origin, there we go. Ha. Bingo. Okay. So okay, just bring that in here. It's tiny. We'll do think if I get that. Yeah, this is fine. So, and then we'll just bring this down. It definitely obviously looks, it still looks but I think I can afford I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this right again. I'm definitely getting some messy. Why is that not working? Should work. I should be able to bring those in. That's very weird. Interesting. So I'm getting a little bit sloppy here with this, to be honest. But you know, essentially if I bring this out a little bit and then I take this entire door now, sort of, it won't match exactly, but you know, if I take this door and switch this back to door and bring this in, you know, if I kind of bring in probably both of these, just sort of perspective wise, the door is going to look a little better. Right? Door is just going to look a little bit better perspective wise here. It's matching a little closer to me, a little bit thick, but it's pretty close. And then it's not that off. It may be off a little bit here, but if I rotate it around, I guess if I rotate it around here, right, it's pretty close. Yeah, if anything, it's slightly off from where I did, but yeah, basically that's fine. Okay, so the door is good for now, and then okay, so let's do this one quickly. I forgot this one, so we'll just inset this in. Again, I think this probably should be down. You know, it would technically match that. And then take the window, just extrude it back a tiny bit, and then make this glass. Right? Pretty close. Good enough for now, for detail. And then we're not going to do this little, I don't think we're going to do this little thing yet. I would just do that separately after as a little accessory. Okay, let's nail the rest of the of these windows. So we'll just do, again, I don't know why I didn't, kind of repeating myself here. But I'm going to do these two windows here, and then I'm going to do the rest all the way down. Looks like there's a door on this one. You can see like the decision, right? Like if this, if there's two of these buildings, or if, I don't know if I necessarily would have done this any different, but you can see how this can add up very quickly if you were getting into like multiple of these. But if I looked at this window, it's up at the height of the door. If anything, it's something like that. It looks pretty good. Extrude this in a little bit. See them popping up here. This door there's a bit of a gap between this and this. So like if I was to go in now and pull these out, I can just select these and move both these windows over to give ourselves a bit more gap between this and this. We'll do that after. So same thing here. We'll do the trim, and then we'll do the subdivide, and then we'll bring these two together, and then we'll turn this off because it's annoying. And then we'll select all, inset a little bit, bring back a little bit, assign this glass, and those windows are done. And then let's just do this now. So we'll take all these, and I think we can pull this off. I think we just need to do that. It's going to select everything here. We just need to get a good angle for these ones. I probably should have backed up this building again, but now I just double check, so I don't have anything else selected, and I should just be able to slide these this way. So we'll just do a little bit over here. I know it's going to kind of squish the other buildings. Like we could definitely move everything. I'm looking for my reference. Yeah, like, if it looks like there are two buildings, two beside each other, and there's a bigger gap. So truthfully, if I was to do this, I would be selecting all of these, and I would be, essentially grouping, like I would be bringing them closer together, but that's not easy to do. I'd have to create like, I compress them into each other here. And if I did that for all, fuck, that's annoying. Can we think about this? If I do that, I create a bigger gap here, which is really all I need. Then there's a bit more of a gap between these and these all the way down. And then these ones, it's hard to tell. Yeah, you know what? Let's do this. Let's model the bottom ones, and then we can do it for the first 9. We'll just separate them in. Okay. So let's do these. So these ones are basically these are double. We're gonna just do double on these. We'll go down to how many did we want? Yeah, basically to here. I mean, shit. I'm gonna do them all. Kind of just making my life more difficult, but it'll feel more complete. These are pretty simple ones. This is just a pretty simple split. So inset all of these in. These are scaled. Individual origins. Scale these all in like this. These are basically to the top. So, let's turn off. So basically these ones are super tall. It's hard to tell whether they go to the bottom or not. They don't look like they do. They go as high up as they can go without touching. And you can get tripped up on perspective on these things because they look very skinny, but they're basically the same as these, right? Again, I don't want to start moving the street view, and you can double check, and I could reference this stuff, but I'll kill myself just going too crazy. I feel like they should be, keep them basically the same width as the ones above, and then lined up. It's so hard to tell. That was a door. This one's a door, actually. These ones I would say are getting cut off. So let's just get rid of this one. Oops. So let's just do these ones, and let's bring them. Hell, they might even be the same windows as the ones above, to be honest. Let's just do that, and then let's inset them all. And then let's subdivide them. And let's, God, is there a way to split that? I don't want to do that. Okay, whatever. Oh, subdivide. We don't want that fractal thing, and we don't want that. Okay. So now we're going to just, we got to merge these two, which is annoying. Okay. No, but we can't. Welcome to a tutorial on how to just make your life take way longer than you need to on something. I don't feel like I'm definitely time-wise here. I'm off. I shouldn't be doing this, but I think if I'm kind of making like a little excuse for myself, I think that by doing this, getting this building right, I think it's going to make, like, once I bring in the texturing and all that, like, I think this is obviously the major part of this thing. So I think having this, you know, done right is going to make life a lot easier. I definitely think there's a lot more efficient ways, obviously, that I could have done that. Like, there's no doubt, you know. This is probably one of the dumbest ways to do it. Just thinking, like, if I had done it again, I don't know, because some of these doors are not exactly, I think probably a mirror modifier with, like, and again, I'm not actually very good with the mirror modifier, so it would be getting the mirror modifier set up in a way where and again, I totally screwed this up. Oh wait, no, what did I do here? How did I miss? Yeah, like having a proper mirror modifier where, like, you know, you have it lined up with like where the mirroring is happening, and then you know, going and doing like all this stuff with one would probably made things a little bit easier, but at the same time it would be like the risk of it not working right, or, you know, having like vertices detached, like all sorts of stuff like that, I feel would be kind of annoying. I feel fairly confident with what I did here, other than that little issue, but I don't think it's going to matter. I feel fairly confident with what I did here that I didn't break anything, just from like a standpoint of like geometry. Like, I don't have anything overlapping. I think everything is going to be pretty good. So now you kind of look down here, it kind of makes sense. We just didn't do that door. So now we do this door. The door is this guy. Tricky one, but at least it's only one. Bring it back a bit. No. Yeah, I don't know what I was saying there. Yeah, just the mirror modifier, I guess, and just sort of having it perfect. Okay, this in. This one, let's just push this in here. Let me think about how I want to do this. So what I want to do is subdivide this, and then let's get Okay, let's get, you think, because there's the double at the top, and then there's the door, which is going to set back, and then we're going to do something for the door after. So I want to do all the trim now, white. And then we're going to take this and subdivide it again. And then we're going to just grab this. These are separate. We can just do these now. You know, yeah, we probably ran into an issue there, but that's fine. And then just bring those back and do glass. I feel like pretty fine with that. And then for the door, which I probably completely messed up, I definitely did. Some is, you know, it just feels off about the height of that door, but and maybe it's not as bad as I think. Because that really, this needs to split like at about the same height as that one. It's like a little mini door. I can't even tell if it is just perspective or if that door is actually small. I'm not going to overthink this. Let's just... Oh yeah, this one's at the top and then this one's a little bit down. We'll bring this up a little bit. Bring this up a little bit. Let's not get crazy. Okay. Now let's do these inset, glass. Bring it back a little bit. It's good enough. And then this, dissolve, inset. I probably butchered this door if I'm being honest, but it's workable, and we're just gonna add the separate door. We'll probably copy that one down. Okay, I think that's good enough. So what we've got is basically this, right? So we've got the building, we've got the trims, we've got this weird door here, which we're gonna have to open up a door and fix. We didn't do these things. That is annoying. What are the chances of getting all those? I wish I could do I might have got them all. Okay, so let's do this again. Duplicate. Separate selection. Make sure that's selected. Oh, no, that didn't work. Okay, you know what? We can do this. Okay, this is separated. Okay, we got to go back because we're going to screw this up. Okay, so it's selected all of them. It's separated them all already. We need to go back to where we just selected. Okay, this is fine. Okay, select by area. We go back too far. We did. Whatever. Oh man. All right. Sorry, select this, do this by the area. It's going to select both of these. That's fine. Duplicate them, separate them. Now we should have a new object, right? Select all. And then isolate the object. And then it's such a messy thing that I'm doing right now, but I think I got this right. And then select all, extrude up. G, normal, extrude out. Okay, bring that back. So there we go. So we got our trim for the top, which is fine. And it's, I mean, it might not be brick, but it's its own object, so we can change whatever we want to it. Trim. I don't know, the bottom ones, I guess we can do these as well. So same thing here. Try to select them by area. I don't feel like this one's going to work. Okay, well, let's just do this one manually. So we'll do this, 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 this. Okay, same thing. Duplicate, separate, hope that I didn't screw it up, extrude it a little bit up, and then grab all the normals. Grab all the normals. That should have worked. Okay, there we go. And then extrude all these out. Okay, I think that's going to work. Okay, so we got the trim. Good. All right. So much work for that, but I think I feel good about the building so far. I'm gonna just do, let's just clean this up a little bit. So basically there's 3 of these. What is that one? Okay, so this is building primary side door, a 1. This is this is Windows side sill top, and then this is Windows side sill bottom. I don't know if they call it Windows sills. Okay, so like basically this is our building, all these things together. So we'll just put this in a group, call it primary building. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a backup of this, because I'm just going to do this top part, because I'm just going to do this last little section, and sometimes I feel like this is high potential. So if we look in and zoom in here, you can kind of see what's going on. There's sort of the lip, and then another lip, and then there's the roof part, which is sort of the offset thing, which I actually have an idea for. But basically, we're going to do it from here. So I'm actually going to add one more loop cut. I don't know why that did that. I don't know why that... Uh-oh. That makes me nervous. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. Okay, thank God. Thank God. Okay. Whew. I thought I somehow duplicated all the geometry. All right. So there's that loop. So what we're going to do now is we're going to grab this whole loop around here, and we should be able to extrude faces along norm. No. Extrude faces along. We might have to go back. Did that actually work, or did that completely... It's like I can't get the perspective on this right. No, that kind of worked. I think that is fine. It should work. Okay, so because all we're doing is we're just bringing this out slightly. Actually, what we're going to do is do both. So we're going to do these both out. Make sure we didn't duplicate anything there. Okay. That might even just work. I don't got to double check that I didn't totally screw that up. Having my right. So I did too much, and yeah, I think that we don't want that, what I just did. I think it just makes sense to do them separately. So we just bring this one out a little bit, like that, and then do this one. And honestly, with this one... Yeah, see, I was worried that I'm creating duplicates here, not realizing it. See? This is like a thing in Blender. You know, you duplicate something and then you move it and then you go to undo it, and you only undo the last thing, and you actually have a duplicate geometry and you don't realize it. Okay, let's try this again. Extrude faces along normals, right? So that's just dropping this one out a little bit. Now we have this one. Okay, perfect. So now for this one, it looks like it's further out. No, we don't want that. Okay, if that one's further out, sorry, bear with me here. If that one's further out, then I think if we do this one first, I think that's going to work. I think that's going to work. And then what I wanted to do here, which I don't know if this is how this is going to go, but I wanted to take basically all these pieces at the top. I was going to try that, just going to try to randomly offset them, but I don't know if that's a good idea. See, because there's like a lip. So my idea was, okay, so here's what I'm going to try. I'm going to try to select all these things. I might be able to get these all by area. that should be weird that that was. Hopefully I get. So what I think I'm gonna do here is duplicate this, and then I'm gonna separate the selection, and now I should have a separate roof. Yeah, so I should have this separate roof, and then, like, if anything, I can just give it origin to geometry, and I can, oh, shoot, see that? The joy of selecting things in Blender. Do we just have the roof? Do we just have the roof? Okay, I think we do. Okay. Duplicate. Separate. There we go. Okay. So I'm just looking because what I want to have is just a separate piece, and then I can kind of manipulate it a little bit better. Like I can manipulate it. The camera's kind of getting in the way, but you know, I can bring it out a little bit, and then I think what I can do is just add a thicken. What is it called? Solidify. And then you know, we'll just add. Because I just think we could potentially deform this a little bit, you know, just to kind of make it. So this is just the thickness. So just add a bit of thickness to it. Just gives us like our ability to maybe do some weird deformation and like stuff to kind of make that waviness. I don't want to do this right now, but I can subdivide this, and I can just do a lot of stuff with this later. So this is building primary roof. I think this is going to help me. So if you kind of look at it here, you can see what I did. I just separated this little roof part. It's going to drop back down. You know, it's just going to sort of sit here. And I just think it's going to add, like if I cut it off there, that's the thing. And it's just going to add a bit of, yeah. And I think really it probably ended up being, I probably shouldn't have started manipulating the size of it, but it will just be, you know, barely overhanging, and then we'll manipulate it after. Okay. All right, good. So that's done. We'll call that finished. Okay, so the vents. So what do we want to do with these vents? They're exactly identical. Has a good chance to practice the mirror modifier. Matt, this would be so easy. Sorry, I was thinking about something there. So I think, sorry, for me talking through this sometimes is sort of helpful. I don't understand, honestly. If someone wants to explain to me how there's 257 people watching on Twitter and not a single comment, nobody's saying anything to say they're there. Is that just like a bot thing? Are people just listening to me talk? Are you guys watching and just not saying anything? It seems so weird to me. Say hi, Twitter X viewers. Either way. Okay. The reason I was hesitating on this is because I can mirror modifier this or just create it and duplicate it. Either way, simply do this thing. These curves, I like, there's this video on Instagram. Someone does it like, beginning artist, Blender artist versus advanced. And I've never done this before. And I'm like, do I want to bother now or do I just quickly model it? It's just hitting that corner. It's just basically extruding this down and hitting that corner. I think I'm not going to bother because I think for me to try to sort of go find that technique and just learn it doesn't make a lot of sense right now. This is coming out of the top of this window. So if you notice this right here, and I guess this is the nice thing about not, modifying this. So if you look at this one here, it actually, so let's switch this back to the building. This is building front. So if we look at this and we bring this out here and we actually reassign this back to being the trim, these things are coming out of this. So there's, again, a couple ways I could do this. But I think the best way I think I'm kind of tempted to just try the mirror thing. I don't know if I've ever really used the mirror modifier. Because what I don't know is how do you split it? No, I don't want to do it. I'm just going to duplicate it. So okay. Using this as the reference. We're going to just drop this thing into the corner. We're going to try to get the size of it. Pretty close. Takes up just a small corner of that thing. Two of these makes sense. Maybe a little bit bigger. Kind of up in the corner. Okay, let's go. There is probably too much window here, but whatever. I don't think it's that big of a deal. So, okay, so let's do it my crappy way and then see if it ends up working with what we want. And if not, so basically just sort of bringing it out here, doing a little bit of a little thing here. And then this is like just like the video. It's hilarious. It's so funny. Just did that duplicate thing again. Okay. So, this is literally, this is exactly it. It's so funny. Can I get it out from the normal by default? What's the way to extrude this, but lock it to its actual normal? So I'm talking to myself, guys. Is that on its normal? I think it is. Yeah, it is. Okay. Sorry, I got too much stuff going on here. Okay, let me just close this. Okay. What I'm looking at here is I'm trying to compare this and this and just sort of have this thing, you know, we'll smooth this all out after, I'm hoping. There's definitely, I'm duplicating stuff as I go. Okay, so let's just start this over. Okay, so yeah, I've already got these duplicated. Luckily, I mean, I can obviously fix this after. Oh man. But it's just super annoying. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Extrude once. Boom. Extrude out on this. Oh my God. Right. Extrude out on this. Extrude out. Okay, so Z is going to do it. Z, and then rotate it up. Start to bring it up a little bit. Rotate it this way a little bit. Extrude out on. See, this is where I lost the last time. There's so like many different tools and ways they could do this. I'm already second guessing whether I'm going to regret this approach, but I'm committed. Because I don't think it's going to be Don't follow my lead on this, please. This is just horrific. Even like the way but you can see, like, even though it's not like, it's just brutal, it for the most part it's going to follow how it actually looks on the thing. Okay. I'm creating duplicates literally every time. But it's kind of working. It's kind of working. Starts there, goes up past this window. You know, again, just this is way off, but whatever. Okay, so it's basically up to here, and then it should be pretty straightforward from here. Extrude. I almost really want global at this point. Right? Extrude up, bring it in a bit, bring it down a bit, and then just sort of start bringing it up. A little lip there. Bring this one up. So I should be looking at it now. I should be kind of getting up to that part of the window. Do another little lip. Right up here. It's going to end up being fine. It just got a little bit dicey there. Just making like a little bit of changes in size, like different little pipes together. So you kind of get that texture, and then okay, so we're up here, and then it looks like I'd say there's probably another little one here. And then it gets up to just beyond there. And I would say another go out maybe, out here, in, and then I would say extrude up, and then this drops it in quite a bit, and then extrude up, and I would say this one's in quite a bit, and then it goes probably this little thing, and then all the way up, and then it looks like it probably goes out a little bit, and then that would probably be it for this one. I think it's just fun. There's probably like little parts of this that I kind of duplicated, but I can clean that up after. Actually, we can probably just do that now. I have a little tool here. I've been using this. It is called Clean something. Instant Clean. So it looks for basically like any kind of loose stuff. I don't think it found anything, so definitely some stuff in here, but I think we're going to be able to fix that up. I'm hoping. Okay. I just think I'm going to duplicate this. And I had to remember there's a mirror thing here. We want to mirror it on which axis, I have no idea. Oh, that might do it. That's pretty good. That's not too bad. I mean, it definitely is, so we'll separate them a bit more. Rotation's off, but that's easy. There we go. Oh. That's not bad. It's not that bad. I mean, they're kind of identical. There's a few little, little nuances to this. This one doesn't have this stuff, which is, again, pretty quick. So, we should be able to select this. What do we want to actually do? It's this ring. I don't know why I wouldn't be able to select that all of a sudden. You can't see it. Oh, because it is a duplicate. Oh man, what is going on here? Oh, because I didn't actually do it. So there was 128 doubles in that. So this thing does, it looks for, it's basically doing like, it's basically doing very similar to a separate, like loose geometry, I think it's called. But you see, it didn't really mess anything up, but it basically finds those doubles. But yeah, so basically this can go in, and this can go in, because this one didn't have the same, little thing, and that pretty much looks pretty good. And then what we'll do is we'll take the top one here, and this is where we'll fix. So we'll take the top loop, and we will bring this way out. Extrude this one up. And then extrude this in, and then bring this in like that. Just needs to be a bit more. Pretty close. Okay, so let's see what happens if we do that smooth now. So there is some weirdness around here, but I don't think it's going to be. Oh, I probably should be careful here. I don't think we're gonna have to worry too much about this. Famous last words, right? What was I gonna do? I don't know why it won't let me do the shade auto smooth. That's weird. That's like missing, so we'll figure that out. I think this is going to be fine. I don't think it's a huge deal. I think we're going to be able to, we'll just shade it flat for now. We'll be able to fix it. Okay, So that's that. Where am I on here? Oh, the vents. Okay, is done. So the vents look good. Details for building. So now we're on to all the signage and stuff in this building. Okay, I think it's time for a quick break for me to take a quick walk around. I think here's where I think we're gonna get. I don't know if I have the energy, maybe power through this. But what I'd like to get to is I'd like to get all of these air conditioners in the window. I'd like to get all the signage done. So I'd like to get all the detail, get all these signage kind of in. I think what I'm going to end up having to do is getting images of these from Google Street View to just drop them on. So it'll end up just being an image of that sign, but I'll model out the actual, sign, do some of this awning stuff. Maybe drop in a few of these, do this sign. I don't know. Maybe I'll just grab a text and just do it. I think like getting the rest of the details on this building would be good. And then I think tackling the wires and then the cars. So I think if I get all this in, and then maybe this building, I think I could pull off pretty quick. I think I'm going to try. My goal is going to be to get everything in this scene tonight before I end this. And then see where my energy's at. Because at that point, really, it's going to be the texturing of the building and the texturing of the road. And then, the dirt and stuff. And I think that will be where there'll be a lot of tweaking and stuff. And I don't know. We'll see. I might be able to power through and get it all done. I told myself I'd get it done on a single stream, but I think I feel fairly good. There's a lot of detail, but nothing is popping up here that's like completely messing me up. This is just a quick look at what it looks like in rendered view right now. So you can just see like the shadowing and stuff is starting to come through on all that. And then obviously once we add the brick textures and the colors and stuff, but I think I think the key is that just generally layout wise, like I'm not seeing anything that's like jumping off the page at me that's scary. It looks fairly accurate. I'm pretty happy with it. And the wiring I have looked at. I have the bag of pie stuff, which is super technical. But yeah, I think the wiring stuff I'm not scared of anymore. I think I have a pretty good feel for how I'm going to do it. And I think it's going to look good. Okay, I'm going to take a quick, probably 5-minute break, grab another coffee, whatever, wash them, all that. So I'll be back, guys, in about 5 minutes. Thanks. Okay, I think we're back. All right. Okay, so where are we? Details for building. So let's just get these details in. Let's do the air conditioners first, because those are pretty straightforward. I have a ton of air conditioning models. Let me just go see let's go see what the best option is here. I think I have. Okay, you know what? I know. Let me go grab the one I have. It's in the Build-A-Fi pack. Where would that be? So you can't see my screen right now, but active third party Build-A-Fi original object air vent. No. Satellite, no. They might be these air vents. I'll just grab a few of them. Bring them in. Okay, let's go see what these guys are. Yeah, these are fine. This is the one I was thinking. This looks basically exactly like the air vents in the thing. So we don't need this or this or this. So let's grab this guy and let's just drag him up here for a minute. This is where it'd be nice to have this. Okay, so I think the best way for me to do this, just thinking how I'm I think we could just set the origin. We just set the origin, cursor to selected, origin to 3D cursor. I think if we do this and we turn on snapping and we say align, I think we can just I thought that would work. Oh, okay, we need to okay. I think we're just going to place them. We're just going to match this damn thing. I mean, why not, right? We've come this far. So let's just get this one close. What I need is, I need this back to 3D viewport. I'll get this zoomed in so we can see. So second window up. I inset these windows too far. I'm going to have to fix that. That was a stupid mistake. Okay, so as long as these are pretty close, we can set this to the building front. And I think this looks pretty good. I don't love the way that these things are, but I think I don't know why I do this to myself. Maybe we'll just get rid of these things because they're kind of what what am I trying to say? They they just sort of stick out. The rest I think is fine. Okay. So assuming these are pretty close, so we're going to just duplicate this, bring one over. We'll drop it down a little bit. Bring another one over. Now, did I screw this up? Oh yeah, sorry. This one, there's a gap. So this one is basically up against that and a little bit higher, right? That looks pretty good. Duplicate it down. This one's gonna go sort of up here. And then I think these ones are just gonna go one here, one here, one here. That looks good. None in the bottom. There's sign over here. I don't see any in these windows. Okay, air conditioning done. We'll put this in AC units. And then we'll put this, and we'll end up putting this into details. Okay, let's go. Let's focus on this side of the building. We're not going to do the wires yet. We'll do those at the end. So realistically, we just need a little sign over here. I don't know what that is, but we'll say that's another sign. So past this last window. So let's just do this. Add a cube. Oh my God. Okay, so this is sitting between the first. Yeah, I kind of really messed up, honestly. I should have paid more attention to the heights of these, because like the gaps between like these windows and that window is not high enough, and they're even like sloping down. They look like there's just a huge gap here. I mean, I can fix this. It's a little annoying, but yeah, either way. Okay, so technically this is here. Okay, that's pretty good. Apply scale. So this is going to go in signage. Okay, and then we're going to bring these together. I don't ever know how to do that. There we go. Okay. So sign one done. We'll just do is duplicate this, bring it down, squeeze it. I think bring it probably in a little bit. Okay, that one looks good. Okay, this one is interesting. So this one, I mean, I have like interesting signage stuff, but I don't think it's needed. There's not really a detail on this. It's not actually like a, I think just because these are lined up. Oh. It makes the most sense to do this. And then, honestly, I'm going to bring it, I just want to get the height of it right. So it's kind of between, right, So it's like kind of like that. Probably something like this. And we'll bring it all the way down like that. Feel pretty good about that. We'll just have it sitting just off the wall. And we'll just assign. We'll just label these left to right. Okay. Next one. So remember that this wall is slightly different, but we're going to bring the, I don't think it's going to matter that much. That should line it up pretty close. Okay, so this one is super wide, very thin. Height-wise, it's basically the same height as this top. That's pretty good. Okay, this one is, it just, I was looking at it and I was like, what should I, it was like, it wasn't immediately apparent to me. You don't want to think, but it's just a triangle. My brain was breaking on this one because I'm so used to trying to avoid triangles. It's basically just the awning with a little, let's not overthink this. But it's basically the same. Should have just duplicated that one, but it's all good. All right, so scale this down, nice and thin, bring it up a little bit, tilt it down. One of these ones will do it. One of these days I'm gonna get this right. Okay. And then honestly, I was just thinking how would I want to do that? I think it's hollow, so again, one of these. Oh, this is so funny. It should be local. should be this one. I don't know why. Not sure why that was not working, but whatever. Okay, so if I just wanted to take these two, this must be so frustrating to watch. This is so stupid. One of the most butchered little just gonna do the trick. That was dumb. That was very dumb. But this will work, right? Creates the little side bracket. Again, the dumb way to do that, but it's going to work. And then technically I should do the same on the other side, but it's like, there's like, what would be? It's all the issues is, the issue in my mind is the way that I'm doing the it's just the way that I'm doing these things, transform orientations. It's just like I've never got a good grasp on that, and I think it's just haunting me right now, because even like aligning these, like I know there's even a right, it's like I want to extrude these this way, right? And then technically that, and then merge these and extrude this one, and then fill that. And technically that works. It does the trick. You can see that there's that on that side. So that's, oh, I totally fucked that up. Oh, whoa. What happened there? Well, that's what it was. See, you get the normals off, and then that's what you get. Hey, this doesn't have to be perfect, because this thing is probably not constructed to be perfect. There we go. That's fine. Okay, cool. So that one's done. Let's do this guy. So let's just duplicate you, bring it down. Of course, right? It's not even lined up. Okay. Okay, that looks good. This one I'm going to have to do this with text. I don't have no idea how. I have no idea how. Well, that's just all. I have like a procedural signage app. I don't think like I need. I don't think I need it. I always forget the text tool in Blender. Okay, let's try this. What is that word? Can I like can I even get the Russian text, right? I'm probably better off to grab a screenshot of that. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll grab a screenshot. I'll put it into Photoshop after, and I'll just do like a transparency. Just make it so it just, you know, has a bit of thickness and it's just a thing. Okay, so that's fine. So that's that one. We'll do that one after, and then let's do this thing. This should be, what's the quickest way to do this? It's a half circle. So I think just do a cylinder, rotate it 90. Bring it down just above the door. I'm gonna have to solve this thing, transform orientation for next time. It's absolutely crushing me. I got to get that shortcut for to set. Yeah, I got my heights off here, but that's okay. All right, that one's done. And then we'll might as well just do a placeholder here for this one, which is after the two things above the door, kind of between this one and this one. And it's probably a little bit bigger. Again, same thing. We'll probably do that. Okay. What else we got? Something weird with the window there. Oh, we'll deal with that after. I mean, we can pop a couple of these out and make them look a little bit right at the end. These frames are gonna. I should just made a couple of these things and just pop them on here. I gotta figure out what's going on with that. Reset it. These little brackets. You do that and then you kill these. Ah, there we go. That worked. Quick way. Learn a quick technique. And then I almost think with these things, you would do a solidify. It would probably mostly work. I mean, you could add the little, like there looks like there's a little bit of a pattern in there, but drop one over here. Again. Oh, it's so funny with that transform orientation. Like, look, I should have done this, right? You just bring it back to the side. There we go. Okay. That one's good. This is kind of fun. This one, let's duplicate this down here. So this, it really is, if we just extrude it here, Disaster. What is that? Oh, is it just the way I screwed this up somehow? Oh, man. Like, I don't know. I have a little rant here in my head that I want to share, but I don't really. It's just so much easier to model when everything is lined up. Like if you have something perfectly on the right coordinates, it's just so much easier to not screw it up. It's just when you're dealing with the perspective, my brain is like, want to model it, but it modeling it to the perspective of the scene, not what the real life dimensions would be. So I can't, like, what I really want is the two, the actual transform coordinates of the object perfect, and then the transform orientations of the building, but I can't navigate it where I have those two kind of set up where I can just bounce back and forth between them. So I end up with like weird shit like this where like what actually happened here, I have no idea. It's like not even really clear at all from this what happened. Oh, it's to solidify, I guess. Maybe that's all it is. It's just... Anyway, so what I was trying to do is probably that. It's probably that there was extra... I was just trying to do this, and then I don't know if this is the right way to do it at this point. Just curious what happens if I solidify this. Kind of did what I was hoping, but it didn't fill. Again, this is just horrendous what I'm doing right now. It made no sense. Whatever. Absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. Whatever. It's such a stupid thing. While we're here. Oh, that's awesome. Add a cube. Scale it in. Scale it. Yes. This door is so screwed up. Okay, let's leave that there. These things I don't even know right now. Fuck, I could do it. Like, how did that? See, like, how did that happen? Okay, these things. Okay, so I was gonna just try with these. Is like, yeah, like I've lost the ability to just simply scale these things, which is maddening. I feel like this is probably going to work for what I'm doing. And then we'll just do the wood texture and see how that looks and make that adjustment. But I think that's probably pretty fine. And then we'll put 2 more signs between, I think it's this window. Look like the same signs. And this is past the window after the door. This is the window after the door. That's not too bad. Okay. Where are we at? Okay, I would say this is done. And then we get to do the wires and the cars. Okay, let's tackle the wires. This is like a good time to kind of fully back all this up. So we'll do a new save. Building is here. What are these? Just kind of going through. I got to figure out what's going on with the mouse and everything too. Okay, so this is vent left. This is vent right. These are vents. Invent our details. Perfect. Okay. Wires. Okay. Why are those not in there? Oh, this is going to drive me nuts. This is like something that happens and I cannot figure out. Why does this happen? I don't understand that. I had this happen before and it's like, it's out. It's like a copy, like a duplicate somehow. There we go. Weird. Okay. What was I doing? Wires. Wires. All right. So we obviously don't have to do this full thing, but there's a bunch of stuff coming through here. The way that the bag, okay, so I'm going to use this little modifier. Let's do all the ones on the building first. Okay, so we're going to use this reference. I don't know if it's, which is, if it makes a difference. All right, we're going to do all these first because there's a ton of wires going across the building. All right, let's do this. So I've got to save. So we're going to do this stupid thing and we're going to go cable. Okay, now the way this should work is I should be able to draw. I just want to think of where I'm ending. I'm ending up here. Let's just try one. All right, it like kind of worked. So it got that part good. Now what I need is oh, I don't think this one likes, I don't think this one lets you, oh yeah, I remember this. So this is not going to work. We might have to treat these as pipes. Sorry, I'm totally just talking out loud here. Let me try that again. Okay, so I think this will work because I'm just going to have to modify what the pipe is. So first of all, I want it to be a curve. I want it to be much smaller. I don't think we want these junctions. Don't think we need that. So I think of these I can do, yeah, like I think I can do this. The issue is can I get them to go underneath? Don't worry about pulling these things out. Okay. It's close. Don't know why some of these are not. Yeah. It's close to the effect that I want, but it's so funny. I think I feel like I run into this thing every single time. It's like, you know, like you have this perfect it should be snapping. Like, I don't understand this. It should be snapping perfectly. right? It should be on the outside. So I have this curve. If I have the curve right, I have another modifier that might do this. Because if you take this curve now, and just forget this bag of pie thing, and we just go to the curve, now we just do... that's probably going to be better, right? Like we just got 3 of these separated. Really, that's just 3 wires. It's just the way that it's just the ends I liked of the cables. But this is not the worst thing in the world. Right? I mean, what more do you need? Worst case, you can bring this out. Right? This looks fine to me. Right? Okay, good enough. I mean, it's just the little support things. I don't think that's enough of a detail to be stressed about. course. That's probably pretty good. Do a couple ones. Up top. That's looking all right. I mean, there's probably other ones in here. Can't tell if that's like a pipe or something rolling across the top of that. We could do a pipe across maybe. But I think I want to wait because it's hard to tell what it is. You know, there's a few things like this light, it looks like, might be worth doing. I think getting these, this is kind of a thing. I feel like if I do all this, and can I just do like join center? There we go. Nice. I don't know, it's like it looks like a little platform maybe with light. Is that what that would be? I don't actually know what this is, but we'll just have a little bit of, you know, extra detail here. If that is a light. Great. I think I might want to run. Let's run one straight pipe across there. Oops. All right, nailed it. It's an extra one going across here. Okay. Probably getting a little too crazy now. All right, let's call that done, and then let's just do these pipes across. Now, okay, I'm gonna try something on this and save. I have a plugin. I'm just gonna see if I have it here. Yeah, cable. How do I get access to this thing? Shift Alt C. I didn't like this when I was trying it. Shift Alt C. But if I bring in the other buildings, and I say I just run the cables, I'm just going to try this. Shift Alt C. So I'm going to create the cable from here to the corner of that building. Okay. So now we can hopefully change these. But there's, I think, like a bunch of presets. How does it work now? It's not the one I'm thinking. I felt like this thing had... Just kind of looking at my perspective first. So comes out of there and it just comes across the scene. That's fine. So I thought there was a thing here. I'm just trying to remember where it was like I could get the 4 with that wrap around it. Insulate, maybe that's what it was. Okay, maybe, hold on. Okay. Okay, this looks good. So far, so good. Okay, so now can I do that? Insulate. Yeah, that's not going to work. All right, I think I'm going to just leave that as it is right now. I think it's dangerous to get too crazy on this because this is stuff I can certainly tweak later. What I really want is just to create that kind of down and then up. And then I think I can just create a couple more. Okay. This is not bad. Not bad for now. Okay, let's do, what did I say next? Let's do the cars. Okay, we just need a bunch of Russian cars. All right. So let's get these into cables. Okay. All right. Let's go to our car packs. E. E. All right. Traffic. Contemporary cars. All right. What do we want? Anything that's kind of hatchback and old. This maybe. Try to get that first one. Like this might work. Yeah, that's gonna work, I think. So this is a generally a good sign in the sense that, like, again, this was sort of our composition here. Is like this car doesn't look crazy. This is at proper car scale. So without scaling this car, you know, I can bring it. Figure out where this thing is. Whereas used to have it, yeah. Didn't really work that well. Right. So like if we kind of follow our road, excuse me, we kind of follow our road plan where this is going to continue, this car would be like here. And that feels pretty right to me. And I'd say this is not exactly the car, but it's pretty close. So unless I've got something, you know, it's not a Fiat. I don't know what it is, but yeah. Okay, so what we'll do with this is we'll just set the color to the same as the car. Didn't mean to do that. Back to like 10 years ago. It's definitely not that color. It's just blue. I'll set it to that, and then we'll bring up like kind of the flake stuff, the scratches, bumps. There's even and dirt. So we're not worried about like these now. Just kind of get them in. Okay, and then we'll grab this guy's. It's nicer, but I don't know what that is. It's kind of like a. I'm gonna try this thing. This actually works pretty nice. Yeah, that actually is really good. So again, this thing is right up against there. I kind of bring up. So let's bring this up a bit. Yeah, actually, let me swap that. So if I'm kind of looking at it from the parking lot standpoint, you know, it's probably like that. Looks like it's maybe just on the road. We'll probably adjust this a little bit. It's hard to kind of get a feel for, because there's the garbage here, The door is there. So it wouldn't be parked in front of the door. Be just to the left of it. So this is not too bad. And then okay, so that's fine. And then after this, it kind of doesn't really matter. So let's get this thing is basically like a burnt orange. That looks pretty close. And then after that, I don't know, there's some type of a little bit of a fancier car back there. Just doesn't matter that much. Not a Tesla. No, that's a weird front end. Could be that. I-30. That's probably the closest. Where did it go? Actually, this Mazda. Looks good. That's red. That looks fine. Something else that's white. Probably fine. Actually, this thing can go. It's a red Land Rover. Kind of fits that profile, that other one back there. Make that silver. And then, I don't know what this thing is. That's probably fine. This is close to white. Two more. Older. I might be able to get away with. I don't know what a Polestar is. It might work. So it looks like there's a bit of a gap. This thing is red. It's kind of a dark red. And then one more hatchback thing. Might be able to get away with this. Black. That looks pretty good. Okay. Orange rims. This will be fun. So that's an interesting car that I just don't think that I'm going to have. Anything like that. It's like Crown. It is like it could pass as it like if you smushed down for Crown Victoria. It could be. Oh man, I don't know if that's the closest. Let me see what else I got. Classic cars. Definitely not the Ani. Toyota Prius. No, it's like a, I know what kind of car. Toyota Camry. Charger. Maybe the Camry. That might be as close as we're gonna get. Okay, so that's parked in front of the second. Yeah, that's actually not going to be that bad, I don't think. And this thing is like a blue with like more of a clear coat. Okay. Oh, I got to do those other ones. I didn't even notice these. These should be pretty straightforward. Let's just do these now. Okay, so these wires might go to this building, but they're pretty straight. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. And then let's make sure it's like attached. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And then we're just going to duplicate these, and then we'll set the building front. Well, actually, building side, duplicate. Honestly, it's only like this last one that really is doing anything different. And then there's one kind of like that. Okay, that looks good. I want to add that dude in so bad. Okay, let's get this garbage can in here now. I know I have a ton of these things. I literally have a trash pack. Okay, blue open garbage bin. Oh, pallets in this back? Interesting. And there's piles of pallets, so my pallets don't look good. I'm just gonna bring those in for contrast, I think. I don't know if they're gonna be any better, but all right, we're up at 5 hours now. I don't know if these are going to look better than my palette for now because they're just the way the width is, so I'm going to leave it. Okay, where am I? I'm looking for garbage bins. I had them. Yeah, it's basically this. Closed. I think this is the closest. We switch this to blue. Maybe this one. That's pretty good enough for now. All right. What are we missing? Okay, let's do a check. So we added cars, added the garbage bin. We got to add the bouncer, background, building, trees, and then it's all texturing. Add grass, add garbage. Let's just take a peek at what this looks like right now. I think I'm going to leave the texturing until tomorrow. It's 5.5 hours in, so probably been at this for 5 hours, and I think... Why is it so bright? Worlds. I think I can see it. Like, I think obviously like the road fix and the texturing will be key, but this is really simple. I mean, I just need a gravel texture here, and I just need to pull a bit of the road over top. I think this texture is very simple, but what I want to try to get, which is going to be interesting, is I want to try to get the tire track. So I'm going to have to figure that out, if it's decals or if it's like something. The grass is going to be easy to do in front. Building is back there. So really all I got to do with this building is probably like, I can just do this now. This is one's pretty straightforward. It's cool that building actually has a name. Comes a lot of work for just fixing that roof. So there's some like fencing stuff here that I'm gonna have to do. I might just grab assets for that. I can do this window very quickly here. Where you get into these buildings being brutal. Kind of funny how you see this now, like if that's centered, assuming that's centered, this window is centered, that our perspective is off by, we should be a little bit out this way. But I think I'm going to fix that after. I'll just move the camera. We should be a little bit further down the road, because then that would open up that little thing. I think that's a pretty easy camera fix. Okay, so this one's pretty simple again. Same deal. Add this. White trim. Assign it. So divide it. Why that doesn't want to work? Oh, that's not what I wanted. I don't know why that didn't do that. I don't know what the story with this is. Just going to go all the way back. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why that doesn't want to subdivide. It's not a big deal. We can fix it, I guess. Okay, so that's that one. I think I'm just gonna see if I can get these in here, and then if I could leave all the water went. I leave all the texture until tomorrow. I'm just gonna take a stab at a couple of these ones since I'm kind of already in here. So the tree should be pretty easy. It looks pretty standard. I'm gonna say this is gonna be pretty good. So just below the building height. Not quite covering this. I mean, it's gonna be barely seen in the scene anyway. Okay, that looks pretty good. And then this is really the only grass. There's like a little bit of moss and stuff, but I just a little patch of grass. Okay, I want to try something here. This is experiment. I'm going to try the bag of pie. like that grass. Let's just see. Okay. I don't know. I'm not used to that one. That's probably the quickest way to do it. It's actually not too bad right there. You're gonna have to line up that car a little bit better, but let's just for now kind of scatter some grass around here. Tiny little bit. I wonder how that's gonna look. Pretty trash. It may be a situation of these being, I don't know which assets these are. I guess they're not that. I'm thinking. I feel like this is going to be better. Maybe this. I never quite get this right with the coloring of each of these. I don't know if I have to change each one. Anyway, I can figure that out after. I think it just needs some size, some scale. All right, I don't want to go too crazy with this now because I think once I get the dirt in and then like it's kind of looking weird with the denoising and stuff. Okay, let's see if I have one other thing I wanted to do, and I'm going to see if I can find. I have this like procedural clouds thing or crowds thing, and I'm just going to think if I've got any dudes that look like this. No. They're too casual. Okay, so let's go look at Mixamo. I just feel like Mixamo's got dudes like this. They just don't look lifelike, but maybe not. Okay, I'll do this one after. All right. Okay, I think I'm in a good place. I would have liked to get this fully done tonight, but yeah, this is the way it goes. I think it just makes more sense. So here's kind of where we're at. Again, just, ignore all the, here, let me do this. This will make it a little bit easier to get a feel because the textures are all wonky. Let me just, we can probably just use the white trim. So there you go. White trim. This is, I enjoy this override so much. Metal. But anyway, so yeah, metallic off. It is fun though. That's a good representation. So that's basically what we've got. Looking at it right now, I'm pretty happy with how it looks. Just gonna do a quick look. We fix the roof up. We're gonna add the textures from the signs. We'll obviously put textures on everything. The building will be the most complicated, just getting all these like different textures and blending and stuff, but I think I have that. I like to kind of start that fresh with fresh eyes, and then obviously we'll put the paint in. And then we'll do the, I mean, this, and then this is really going to be this, and then everything else will just be details. So I'm going to do a couple little things while I'm here, just because they're going to kind of bother me. And then I'll probably take a screenshot, and, you know, we'll get it out there. So just want to fix up some of this. Floating stuff. Building is also floating. I think what we'll end up doing on this, since we don't have a lot of terrain, this never works. There just wasn't nearly enough. We can we'll just bring a lot of this stuff up to the edge of the building. And then we'll, I think the grass and stuff will, we ended up just deleting a bunch of this. I should have saved it, but whatever. Yeah, there's a bunch of issues. That's pretty good. There's a few little things. Oh, don't do that. What actually would have been a little bit of a smarter thing to do there, is just take this building, because we did that base. So we did this base part on the building. When we did it, we luckily added this, little thing, and then so now we can also just extend this down. Kind of like as a basement situation, just so that there's no gaps. And then I can just smooth out, just because like even up here, there's a couple spots where it like looks a little bit ridiculous. Like it shouldn't technically be going like that high up. Like it should be, careful what I'm sculpting on. It shouldn't quite be popping up like that. Yeah. But in general, like I can add a bunch of stuff, and I will like probably cut this out and put a lot of geometry on it, and then do like a bunch of displacement stuff as well. So that there's lots of, like the gravel and stuff looks realistic. So the texturing part of that will be fun. Okay, let's take a peek at that. Yeah. Looks a little better. The variations and stuff will be good. And then obviously the road here will be... That's really what I wanted to fix, was this, and then adjust the road. Oops. All right, that's good. It's like you just like end up seeing like all sorts of little things that you just... And this is also... I don't know why I find it very satisfying, just lining up these things. Something about these clay renders that they're just fun. probably dropped. You know what I probably did? This is how stupid I am. I probably dropped the entire ground without even realizing it. Like I probably just dropped the whole thing. Maybe not. It's like I thought I just probably dropped everything, and then that's why all this stuff looked. This looks good. I'm happy with this. Like, you know, it's not just, it's a full building. We got our wires in. I think we got good progress. Oh, it's so satisfying, though. And then let's do... You know what? Let's do this. It's like all the components are in here except like some wall stuff over here, and you know, I'm going to put a placeholder in over here for now. I think I'm going to try to find... Yeah. God, I want to find that dude. Okay. This guy. What do you call these without using the offensive term? Oh, maybe we can do... Hold on. Let's try Blender Kit. Tank top. Oh, that guy. That guy might be pretty good. Oh, that guy might be pretty good. I like that dude. Doesn't have shorts though. He's got to have the shorts and the tank top. Man, that's the problem. I don't even know if these are all CC0 or what these are. He's not going to look like a bouncer. Man, tank top. I'm going to have to type it. The guy's the closest. What was it, like a premium? So did I get one? Did I download something else? Where would it have gone? I don't know what even my active project is. Might have to dress it, dude. This might be a good enough placeholder for now. Do the trick. Scale and everything looks good. I'm happy about that. That I kind of rushed through that a little bit and generally looks pretty good. Okay, I'm going to use that as a placeholder and then we're going to kind of go from there. I just see something now up top. Does this? Oh no, that's fine. Okay, I think that's it. I'm going to take some screenshots, post them, and I feel like we're kind of into very close to just sort of starting to texture this thing. So there we go. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it. I apologize for not getting the whole thing done on this call, but or on this stream, but there it is. There were these guys. There's the work in progress for episode 2, St. Petersburg, Russia. See you guys.